Good morning. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It is the 8th of January. We are reconvened in the new year. I look forward to being with everybody. Let's start with a roll call.
Commissioner Ackerman,
Here.
Commissioner Cross,
Present.
Commissioner Mesner,
Here.
Commissioner Oath,
Here.
Commissioner Ray,
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 6 commissioners present.
Great. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to a new year. Good to be with everybody. We have a good agenda this morning with a lot of updates on various issues. We start with the updates from commissioners themselves. Does anyone have commissioner comments? Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. I would like to provide an update to you all on the annual high priority habitat rulemaking. As you all know, the Commission's rules ensure that oil and gas development and operations in Colorado are regulated in a manner that protects public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. And in order to protect wildlife resources, the Commission's rules define high priority habitat as those habitat areas identified by Colorado Parks and Wildlife where measures to avoid, minimize, and mitigate adverse impacts to wildlife have been identified to protect breeding, nesting, foraging, migrating, and other uses by wildlife. The Commission's rules direct the Commission to update the high priority habitat maps through rulemaking on a periodic but no more frequent than annual basis. And the rules require that the Commission notice that rulemaking proceeding by February of each year. The ECMC's annual HPH rulemaking updates those maps for each quadrant of the state on a 4-year cycle, such that each region is updated once every 4 years. In 2024, the Commission adopted updated maps that reflect the majority of changes in the northwest quadrant of the state. And in 2025, the Commission will consider updates to maps primarily focused on the southwest quadrant of the state. However, it's important to note that the annual map updates also include updates to some statewide habitats. For example, grouse and prairie chicken wet sites and production areas, raptor nest sites, aquatic habitats, ungulate migration corridors, and Fish and Wildlife Service designated critical habitats. I'll also note that 5 years have elapsed since the previous mapping effort in the Southwest region due to a 1-year delay from the COVID-19 pandemic. In December, ECMC published draft high priority habitat maps provided by CPW that reflect the most current and up-to-date science regarding known wildlife use of the landscape. Beginning in November of 2024, CPW staff began sharing proposed map updates with stakeholders in the Southwest. And on December 19th, ECMC and CPW staff hosted a virtual stakeholder meeting for all interested members of the public. Also on the 19th, ECMC opened a written public comment period that closes on February 21st. So we encourage interested parties and stakeholders to submit written public comment. And on December 30th, ECMC staff noticed the 2025 rulemaking with the Secretary of State. Stakeholders have until the 17th of January to request party status, and the rulemaking hearing is currently scheduled to begin on February 26th. So lastly, on behalf of Executive Director Gibbs, I want to thank ECMC and CPW staff for their work preparing for this annual HPH rulemaking. In particular, I want to recognize the work of wildlife experts at CPW who work tirelessly to gather data and information to update the high priority habitat maps that form the basis for the Commission's work to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts to wildlife from energy development. It's important to note those maps also form the basis for informed land use decision-making in many other contexts around the state beyond the Commission's work. And I just want to remind interested stakeholders that they can find more information about the rulemaking and view a recording of the December 19th stakeholder meeting on ECMC's website. And that is my update for the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ray. Is the I just want to call it like every 4-year update, because we've got 4 different quarters of the state. Does that appear consistent with what's needed at the CPW? In other words, are we doing our good job, given that we're not like updating the HPH maps every year for every quarter? How did that play out? How did that evolve?
Yeah, I welcome Commissioner Ackerman to weigh in here, as I know he has experience with this process. Oh, and I don't want to speak for CPW, but I'll note that that annual update process that covers each quadrant of the state, as I noted, also includes some statewide updates each year to particular habitats that CPW has identified are appropriate to update on an annual basis. So there are habitats that are being updated annually, but generally the updates focus on each quadrant as CPW, focuses their resources on those updates. I would defer to CPW about whether they would say that that's sort of the appropriate frequency. And Commissioner Ackerman, I don't know if you want to weigh in on sort of how that was identified as the frequency.
Commissioner Ackerman, sorry to put you on the spot.
Not at all. And thank you, Commissioner Ray. And I would say that all indications to me are the answer is yes, because this lines up with CPW's regular process. It's not a process unique to ECMC. They update their habitats on that same cycle with regard to all of their land use commenting and their use across the board. And so all indications to me are that it lines up with their process and is sufficient for their consultation.
And Commissioner Ackerman, can I put you on the spot one more time? Talk to me a little bit about pre-181, pre-2019, what we were doing with wildlife versus what we're doing with wildlife now in terms of high priority habitat and taking into consideration wildlife protections that we're addressing in 2025 now as we move forward. I've gotten some questions from legislatures around, what did it look like before versus what does it look like now?
Thank you. And I'd be happy to address any specific questions, but globally, that's a great question. And I don't at all want to give the impression that ECMC wasn't careful about habitat and wildlife prior to mission change. It was part of the matrix that ECMC and the previous commissions considered. But wildlife protection has kind of evolved over the time of ECMC's regulation, certainly of oil and gas. And prior to Senate Bill 181, CPW had a similar process, a similar consultative process, and certainly had their habitats mapped out as well, although that habitat mapping has changed a little bit over time. But really, what it came down to was that ECMC treated those consultations very similar to how other local governments and other entities have treated them as well, which is we'll take that into consideration globally when we're considering the approval. And of course, I don't need to remind anybody here, but the mission was to foster oil and gas development with a priority to do so. And so oftentimes what that turned into is those consultations by CPW were listened to. Sometimes they were implemented in full. Sometimes they were implemented in part. Sometimes they were not implemented in strong fashion. Since the mission change, our rules kind of canonized that consultative process with CPW, and not just the process of consultation, but the implementation of those protections as they're placed in our regulations. And so from a practitioner's standpoint, moving into the commissioner role, what I see now compared to what used to be was that almost all of CPW's recommendations are generally implemented as we continue to protect wildlife, approving applications. Whereas before, it was those that really kind of fit within the development plan of the operator. So while that seems like a nuance, it's a significant change for the protection of wildlife. And in my role, I'm generally pleased with, and I've stated a number of times, I believe that we did a great job. You did a great job in the rulemaking, the mission change rulemaking, in implementing those suggestions, which is why wildlife is not often the focus of regulatory discussions anymore. But I certainly would be happy to address any specific questions as well, Mr. Chair.
No, I appreciate it. I will invite you to some discussions with legislators so that they can get a sense of the profoundness of the distinction that is a distinction with a difference in what we're doing now. So thank you for that. Commissioner Ray, thank you for the update on the high priority habitat maps. Did you have anything further, Commissioner Ray?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Robbins. I just want to add one thing to Commissioner Ackerman's comments. From my discussions with CPW staff, one of the key process changes is simply that ECMC is now updating the maps with greater frequency. And given that wildlife use and habitat changes over time, having more regular, frequent updates means that we have better information to inform energy development at the commission and in other places. So I think that process change has also been significant since 181.
Excellent. I appreciate it. Questions for Commissioner Ray and or Commissioner Ackerman? All right. Seeing none, we will move on to public comment.
Mr. Chair, I have one additional commissioner comment.
Go ahead, Commissioner Cross. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind the public that the Rule 511 hearing for the La Plata South OGDP, which is part of the Lowry Ranch cap, will be on Monday, January 27th at the Arapahoe County Fairgrounds. Doors are going to open at 4:30 and public comment will begin at 5 o'clock. Again, this is an opportunity for the public can come to speak to the commission. It will be recorded. I believe not all commissioners will be there, but they will be listening to the recording before we get the OGDP before us. So again, Monday, January 27th at the Arapahoe County Fairgrounds, doors opening at 4:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, appreciate that. Good reminder, and appreciate Commissioner Cross for taking the lead on running that front. As I indicated in a previous meeting, that will be videotaped, audio taped, however we want to say it, and then all commissioners will definitely listen in ahead of the actual hearing on that OGDP. We move to public comment, unless there's other commissioner comments. And with that, we first will hear from Rachel Lyman.
Okay, there we go. Good morning, commissioners. Thanks for hearing from us today. I'm here to talk about the secret stash. This is OGDP docket number 231200372. I'm Rachel Lehman, and I serve as Environmental Justice Program Coordinator for the Black and Brown Parents United Foundation. This pad that was proposed by GMT Exploration would add 20 wells just south of the Beaver well pad proposed by Civitas as part of the Lowry Ranch cap. While Secret Stash is not considered part of the cap, as other organizations, including Save the Aurora Reservoir, we believe that this application should have been part of the larger cap and the larger total of wells and not a separate process. Just to remind you that there are 53,000 active and 136,500 inactive wells in Colorado and thousands of miles of pipeline. We have really fracked Colorado. The Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment documented 116 fires or explosions at well sites between 2006 and 2015. At least 40 more were reported since that study, including 3 major incidences in Weld County, resulting in the loss of human life. Civitas's proposed in the original proposed cap, in this one as well, poses a serious threat to human and environmental health and life. This area in particular has several features that make installing an additional 20 wells along with the CAP's original 166 wells potentially catastrophic. This area was formerly used by the military. It has close proximity to transportation corridors and infrastructure. It is also adjacent to residences and the water supply. We are quickly running out of that. So a portion of the Lowry Ranch was formerly owned by the Department of Defense and used as a bombing range. The DoD is still remediating portions of the property, and there are still unexploded ordinances in that area. Interstate 70 is, the east to the west through northern Colorado. Interstate 225 north to south through central Aurora. E470 north to south through central Aurora. Denver International Airport and the Colorado Spaceport adjacent to Aurora's northeastern boundary. Regional Transportation District RTD Aurora Line R line with 10 stations in Aurora RTD University of Colorado A line. I say all that to say that if there is an explosion, if there is something wrong, then it will have to be fixed. And there's those explosions. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm running out of time. In conclusion, I strongly believe this development should have been included in the original comprehensive action plan. The current situation of having multiple permitting processes is inefficient and wasteful for both the commission and the community. It is imperative that there is a greater transparency regarding the holistic fracking plans in order for the community to fully comprehend the extent of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lehman.
Yes.
One quick question. Noting that you represent a group, what is your proximity and/or your group's proximity to the proposed location?
So the Black Parents United Foundation, we serve Aurora, North Denver, and Commerce City. So that's where we our service area. Many of our people that we work with, they're in Aurora, and as you know, the Aurora is a kind of a story of two different lives. So we have Northern Aurora, and there's a lot of disproportionately impacted community in that regard. And then we also have Southern Aurora, where adjacent to these fracking wells, there are much more affluent people with larger homes, etc. And that's where this is kind of coming to bear, because as there's fracking, those homes that are considered more affluent and maybe a little bit more middle class, they are going to reduce in value as well. So the property owners in that regard are really worried about this investment that they've made is going to deplenish and over the next 10 years as this fracking comes underway. And also, just talking with folks that have had fracking nearby, it also actually damages their homes. The foundations get kind of destroyed because of the seismic activity that happens along with fracking. So that is a really big problem. And then one thing I wanted to also add is the water. We are growing. Denver Metroplex is growing. And we need water for people to drink, period. And so the use of water to me is disturbing. And I don't know how we can balance, I think we should start balancing the needs of energy with the needs of the community and thinking about transforming into something else in this point in time. I don't see oil and gas companies doing that much, where they're not actually investing in future technologies so that we can reduce our dependency on this oil and gas at this point. So I think that that would be a really important thing to consider, is are they actually taking their role seriously in this history as far as what the community needs.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any further comments, questions? We had someone else that signed up. Mr. Thomas, did they log in? Our second public commenter?
Currently, we don't see Sally Engen in the attendee list. Given her affiliation with STAR, we will look again at the time the Secret Stash OGDP comes up for hearing this afternoon.
All right. That sounds great. All right. Thank you, Ms. Lemon. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
We will move to consent agenda. Does anyone have questions on consent? Anyone care to move for approval of consent?
So moved.
motion and a very quiet second from Commissioner Oath. All those in favor of approval of the motion to approve consent signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. Consent is approved. We now move to a couple of updates from the director. First, an update on the community liaison hiring efforts. We had a directive from the commission or from the legislature to hire 2 community liaison officers. I know those matters have been posted after a lot of work and after our cumulative impacts rulemaking helped define what we're looking for. So with that, we would hear from Director Murphy.
Well, thank you, Chair. I would suggest that your opening comments supplant the orientation I was going to provide us. And so I would just remind us all that these positions are dedicated liaisons to disproportionately impacted communities, and we're hiring 2 positions who are geographically dispersed. One will cover the Front Range and one the West Slope. We've recruited aggressively for these positions in order to cast the most inclusive net possible. And we post these positions on nearly 20 EDI-related career sites. So we've received incredibly strong candidates, which we're thrilled for. And both positions are now in the interview phase of recruitment. I'm hopeful that in February's monthly update, we'll have a little bit more refined information, maybe even possibly names at that point in time. So really looking forward to February's update, and thank you for the time and everybody's attention to this really critical matter on our staffing side.
Great. Great to hear of the outstanding turnout. And I know that internally there had been some concern or some wonder about finding the right people. And so it sounds like it's fantastic that you've got a great turnout to judge candidates for. So that's fantastic. While I've got you, you've also got an update on the data falsification issue. Lovely round 2 on that.
Technically round 3, believe it or not. Just, a quick orientation. On November 26th, I informed you that there were individuals at consulting firms that falsified laboratory data and reports in the reports that were submitted to ECMC. The consultants were hired by oil and gas. We still do not have any information that the operators were aware. At that meeting, you asked us to provide at least quarterly updates and up-to-date updates around key milestones. Again, this is an emerging issue for us, not an emergent issue, and we're now in the midst of ongoing investigations. We still don't know the details, but we're working through and learning more. And so I'm providing a third update about where we are kind of in the investigation phase primarily. And at this point in time, I do not foresee returning to you for an update until April, unless something emerges that is really different from what we know today or different from what we expect to learn. Again, there's no need for you to take action. AAG Mercer is always available to you. We continue to be disappointed by the circumstances, and I've got kind of 4 key updates. First, Chair Robbins expressed a clear desire to ensure we work cooperatively with local governments and, of course, impacted landowners. I've been in contact with each municipality twice and met once or more time with each municipality who was interested in engaging, and generally the tenor of those conversations reflect an interest in being updated when things relevant to their jurisdiction comes forward, setting aside Weld County, who we're going to be in probably more constant contact with. And so I think that's the right cadence, and we're looking forward to continuing those conversations. Second, letters are being mailed this week to surface owners for the closed sites within municipalities, just so that they're aware that work may be occurring on facilities that they previously thought were closed. Second update, our site-by-site investigation plan is proceeding as we intended. Our immediate priority was and continues to be public safety, welfare, and protecting the environment. This situation does not present a new or increased risk to public welfare, safety, or the environment. It does mean in some instances the duration of a spill's impact may be extended, and our priority is ensuring operators remediate the spills affected by the falsification appropriately. In December, I shared with you our prioritization approach of assessing the closed sites. We hope to have those sites assessed by March and the assessment will affirm if any changes are needed to the remediation plans. And then the next step would be to perform the same assessment of closed sites in unincorporated areas, and hope to present more information about that in early April at a more routine update. Third update, the data we shared in December was for 344 sites based on evidence we've received to date from 2 of the operators. We're still awaiting data from the third operator, and at this point in time, we don't know what the scope or scale of that data will be. So we're working on that. And then the fourth update, and this is kind of the most detailed, is a quick summary of the different investigations that are occurring related to this issue for ECMC. And please note that I did say a plural investigations. So right now there are 4 concurrent independent investigations going on, led by different entities based on, everybody's respective scope of authority. First, our ECMC environmental unit is leading the site-by-site quantitative investigation to validate the data sets submitted by the operators that may have been falsified, determine what locations may be impacted, and determine what, if any, changes are needed to remediation plans. And then the second ECMC investigation is led by our quality assurance quality control unit to look holistically in consultation with third-party investigators into environmental data submitted to ECMC and whether additional incidents of data falsification have been occurred that have not been self-reported to date. And then that will help me better understand how widespread the issue is, or whether it is limited to what we know today. This portion of the investigation will make recommendations for improving the integrity of our process of analytical data that we're receiving or that is being submitted to us. As a regulatory entity that oversees many thousands of data sets submitted by hundreds of operators working at thousands of sites, our procedures rely on a basic assumption that submitters abide by the law and that third-party consultants and contractors perform in accordance with basic concepts of integrity and in their business practices. So the third investigation is being led by the Department of Natural Resources Executive Director's Office, and they're going to contract with a third-party firm who will investigate any past involvement by current ECMC employees who were previously employed by environmental firms where known data falsification occurred. And the firm will also help advise us on internal controls for onboarding procedures moving forward. The fourth investigation relates to the behavior of individuals. Again, this is beyond the scope of our jurisdiction, and I would just reflect that this issue has been referred to prosecutors for further review, assessment, and a potential criminal investigation. Given the degree of the issue here, we will cooperate with appropriate law enforcement regarding criminal and civil penalties as needed. And so with that, I would conclude my remarks. Thank you for bearing with me. I really appreciate everybody's attention to this, and I hope the world understands now kind of the scope of what we're doing, how we're handling it, and what our next steps look like. And again, best case scenario, we'll be presenting more information to you in early April. And if something occurs in between now and April, we will certainly bring it forward to your attention at an appropriate time. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Director Murphy. A couple of quick follow-up questions. Case of first impression, have we ever dealt with this before?
No, absolutely a case of first impression, and startlingly so.
We have done, I think, a tremendous job of developing working relationships with local governments over the course of the last 6 years that I've been here. It was something that was very important to me as a former attorney that represented the local governments before the commission. I was not happy with the response from Weld County in terms of us dealing with something of a case of first impression and their feeling not happy about how we may have communicated or not communicated with them in a timely manner. Have you had an opportunity to speak with new director Brett Kavanaugh or former director Jason Maxey about what we're doing, about how we're trying to respond to a case of first impression? about how we're trying to ensure that local governments are involved, about how we're trying to ensure that health, safety, and protection of the environment are being dealt with. Can you speak to that at all?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. And I think that we did have an abrupt early discussion with Weld County in particular in early November. And I think since that date, we've been in much better communication with them. I think we've helped better articulate what it is we understand and how things are unfolding, and have, in my opinion, of course, I don't want to speak for them, really set a great foundation for continuing dialogue on this, and have committed to making sure that we keep them informed about how things are unrolling at, within their jurisdiction, recognizing that there's significant impacts within Weld County, or the issue primarily affects Weld County is a better way to phrase that, actually. And so, yes, I think that we're really communicating well with Mr. Kavanaugh, and really look forward to continuing to work with him on this and so many of the other issues that touch both of our organizations.
Yeah, we just send a directive to Weld County that if you've got some concerns about what we're doing on a case of first impression, why don't you chat with us offline? Might make a lot of sense, might make for better relationships, where we're trying our hardest to create one of the best governmental relationships that exists. And just that was not called for. Sorry for the editorial comments, but it sort of got me at my gad on that. Other questions for the director on the falsification novel issue? All right, Director Murphy, we will let you go. Let's take a 5-minute break and return at 9:37, and we'll take up the CSU MTech presentation at that point in time. This is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. This is our January 8th hearing, and we now will hear a presentation from CSU MTech concerning the characterizing advanced leak detection for flow and gathering lines. This is a potential Erwin Martinez Fund project. Mr. Zimmerly.
Excellent. Thank you for having us and entertaining the proposal. Appreciate John's work on coordinating with us with many emails to get to this point. So thank you as well. I'd like to briefly introduce my team members. So Kate Smits from Southern Methodist University is our longstanding partner on the pipeline project. Also online is Brian Rainwater, who is the research scientist at CSU, who is our lead on the pipeline projects that we're doing, and Wendy Hartzell, who is the program manager for this and multiple other projects. John, did you want to say anything prior to us doing the presentation?
Yeah, Commissioner Messner, thanks for your leadership here. Any introductory concepts?
No, I appreciate the application. This has been a project that's been in the works for a while. The process has been that Mr. Zimmerly and his team had presented a concept to ECMC staff for funding, matching funding from the Martinez-Erwin Fund. Staff had an opportunity to review this and didn't have any issues with it, and encouraged a full application to be developed. Mr. Zimmerly and his team provided a full application before the holidays, and then we're scheduled for this hearing to present their concept to the full commission for a determination of whether or not to fund the project. But appreciate the amount of work that has been done into this and the coordination and communication, and looking forward to hearing the presentation. So thank you, Mr. Zimmerly and team, for being so organized in presenting this.
Thank you very much. Us being complimented on our organization is rare. So thank you very much. So I'll run through the presentation. I tried to keep it quite short. So we're not going to spend a lot of time on our prior results and the like, but I want to give you a little bit of context from the prior projects and what we're trying to do with the current projects. It gets a little bit complicated because of the way PHMSA awarded the projects. In particular, we received 2 awards for CSU as a prime contractor. SMU, our long-term partner in this area, are sub-awards on both of those contracts. One of those is titled the Partnership to Advance Pipeline Leak Detection. And probably the best way to think about this one is it buys down the cost of testing for leak detection and quantification solutions at METEC. So what we're looking at here is sort of next generation leak detection solutions, think drones, driving surveys, and that type of thing. And the cost share for that project is being provided by the companies that are going to come test at METEC. And we're talking here about probably many months of testing possibilities at METEC for these companies, either conducted by the company personnel themselves or with our assistance to do that. The project we're starting talking about this morning is a second award that happened at the same time. This one we've named Practical Protocols for Pipeline Leak Detection, so P3LD, and this is one where we're asking for cost share. This project's kind of intent is to do rigorous testing to determine like the operating envelope of the methods. Some of the methods are the ones that are being tested in the other project as well, so there's a lot of synergy between those 2 projects. And this is the one where we're asking for cost share. As a note, these were congressionally mandated actions to PHMSA. They were directed to work in this area. And literally they sent a message back to the Department of Energy, or not to the Department of Energy, to Congress from PHMSA right after they were awarded, basically saying, we checked the box on this by awarding these 2 projects to CSU. So the intent behind this, when we proposed it, and I think the intent that PHMSA picked up, was this kind of yin and yang of the project. So one of those is to develop really strong guidance on the methods, and the other one is to get the vendors out there actually testing their methods in more diverse environmental conditions and under more controlled conditions so that we know how well their solutions work. So now we're not going to go a lot into our past work that I think the commission is fairly familiar with the amount of stuff we've done. Projects in blue were particularly close engagements with ECMC, but we've had members of COGCC and ECMC staffs as on the advisory committees of just about all of these projects over this period of time. So we've been working across both different types of pipeline systems and also looking at different types of leak sizes depending upon what the what PHMSA's interest or other sponsors' interest has been over the last couple of years. So what's happening here is it's good to step back every once in a while and talk about why anybody cares about this. And so the leak detection methods for pipelines it's always been sort of this walking survey method. You put somebody out with a gas sensor, it's got a contact suction cup, you walk along the ground above system leaks for the most part, and you look for the presence of gas at kind of the ground surface level. But what's happened in the last couple of years is that there's been some new technology, primarily developed for above ground solutions, that people are trying to apply to below ground. And there's some promise there that these methods could cover more territory, do that at a lower cost. And they're particularly interesting to companies that have really challenging conditions, like in gathering. I'm sure the companies that you're working with on a day-to-day basis, it's hard to get onto those rights of way for gathering systems. And things like drones or vehicle-mounted sensors or even aircraft might have a substantially easier to deploy to cover more territory for the same cost. But what we've seen is a lot of assumptions happening about how those methods are deployed. There's no real standards that everybody is following or can interpret. And also the performance is pretty unclear. And that's both for operators and for other stakeholders like yourselves. So the operational context is that there's a push to get into these methods, and there's concerns about how well they work. So what we've done over that, bubble chart of projects over the last couple of years is we've been able to zero in on some things that we know impact the emissions detectability and kind of how well these methods will work in practical terms. And so I list just one bullet item kind of items. Each one of these constitutes several papers that we've written, lots of presentations to industry groups, to PHMSA, to your own staff, to talk about what we've learned from these different areas. And in fact, if you want to get into it in more detail, what I'd recommend is that at some point we have a sort of a information exchange session where we can go through this in some detail. We just did this with PHMSA R&D staff here recently, and we'd be happy to do that probably with staff and any commissioners who would like to join. But today I'm just going to fly across the top level, and you can kind of read those items. But probably the one that might be the most significant there is that the tribal knowledge about how leaks behave turns out to have, it's okay in some spots and it's pretty far off in other places. And we can wax philosophical about that because we keep finding the same kinds of errors show up multiple times. And so what we know now is we kind of know what variables impact the solution performance. But what we haven't been able to do is actually do that rigorous testing that's going to get it across many, many more hours of environmental condition changes and the like to be able to articulate exactly what the protocol guidance should be. The result of these projects has also produced a lot of material for community use. We've got lots of pictures at the end if you want to see them, but there's one example here which I think is very germane to what you deal with on a day-to-day basis, which is that we see significant difference in how gas moves underground depending upon what's mixed into the gas stream. So the presence in the atmosphere of a gas signal that you can detect is impacted heavily by having heavier hydrocarbons like you see in gathering systems relative to what you see in a distribution system. But there's a lot more data like that, and we have several briefing papers. We've also done presentations in multiple places, published a lot of peer-reviewed material that is referenceable for regulatory moves and the like as well. So shifting gears now to talk about what the project actually will do. There's 4 tasks that we mentioned in our proposal to you, and those parallel exactly not quite the same numbers, but the same tasks that we would do in the proposal that PHMSA awarded. So the first one is we always operate with the technical advisory panel of industry, regulatory, and stakeholder groups in order to make sure that when we do put out results, there's somebody listening and the results will be usable. And that's a key part of this project as well. And we welcome ECMC participation in that space. In fact, we're always on the prowl for state and local government folks who want to engage, because that's a key area for input that's sometimes quite hard to get for us. Well, we're going to also do some literature review and summarize the methods in the field. Particularly what we're interested in here is how people are actually deploying these methods in the field, as opposed to kind of what they're sort of like high-level technical thing. What's actually being done on the ground in terms of the deployment? We've done this for distribution leak surveys, and it's quite wide range of actual processes being followed. But the core of the project is task number 3, where we're going to pick 3 to 5 next-generation methods, compare those to what you get from a walking survey, and just test them as much as possible over an extended period of time. And after going back and forth between field and METEC testing over the last couple of projects, what we've realized is that the way you have to test underground pipeline work is you really need kind of ownership of a controlled release facility. You got to just pound away on it across environmental conditions where you can get literally hundreds and hundreds of hours of testing done. And so this project is primarily concentrated at doing things at METEC to do the testing. And then, of course, the results have to be compiled. So to do that approach, what we'll do is set up a series of long duration leak experiments at METEC, where we'll release gas from pipeline test beds for weeks at a time. And we will repeatedly run the same methods over those test beds in trying to catch different environmental conditions. And that may range as simple as high versus low wind, high versus low solar radiation, which you can kind of get on any given day, but also try to catch those rain events, snow events, and the like that can make a huge difference on how gas migrates. And then built into the project, we have cooperation with midstream and distribution companies that in the later stages of the project for them to try to deploy these protocols out in the field, not so much to check the efficacy of the methods themselves, but to make sure that the protocols are actually actionable. So the information that we're delivering is something that somebody can, hold up an anemometer, look at the sun, put some numbers into a simple equation, and it would give them parameters for how fast they can drive, how far above the ground they can fly a drone, etc., and still get good results. Now, one of the interesting things about this project is that we are currently implementing a major investment by the Department of Energy in the METEC test site at CSU. So this is a picture looking at METEC in the foreground. I believe a lot of you have already been here and seen METEC, but if you have not, what you're looking at is Hollywood well pads, right? So it's a wind. What we're trying to do is recreate the wind field around oil and gas equipment. And we're in the process of moving equipment and expanding the facility that you see here to have much more complex oil and gas above ground equipment. And as part of that, the Department of Energy is helping us move a pipeline test bed that's located on the south half of the facility outside of the METEC fence and into some open area southwest of the facility. And these new pipeline installations will, which is a major investment by the Department of Energy, by the way, is going to provide us a whole new capability of testing and long duration testing without interfering with the other METEC experimental work that's going on a routine basis. So what we're going to do is relocate these test beds outside of METEC. We'll be able to get them in more realistic depths and bedding materials. We'll be set up for more automated sampling in that location as well. And our intention there is then to run for weeks at a time in that location. And it's positioned so that the winds that we predominantly see at METEC don't interfere between the pipeline test bed and the above ground tests that would be happening simultaneously. And then my final slide about the project is to talk a little bit about what kinds of methods that we will investigate. So these are pictures from previous projects, and really the bottom set of panes describes what we're really after from the testing, is to be able to look at how the conditions change based upon weather conditions and ground moisture conditions for a given gas mix, for a given pipeline configuration, for a given pipeline depth, etc. And to do that, we will simulate or implement directly methods like unmanned vehicles, driving surveys, walking surveys, different heights of sampling above the ground, different speeds, different distances downwind, different uncertainties about where the pipeline is, and different competing utilities which may, cross over or transect the pipelines that are there. And the idea is to get a very large base of data which describes how these methods vary as the weather conditions vary. And we know from our past projects that variation can often be on the order of several times, right? So you could end up with 4 or 5x difference in performance based upon things like soil moisture in the first 10 or 20 centimeters of soil depth. And we're really trying to characterize that and put it into a package where somebody out in the field can look at the conditions and make a judgment about how to deploy a method. That's the objective of the project. We believe this project is well aligned with Martinez-Irwin Fund, and it directly affects both public health and welfare. And it's an extension of other work we have done with you and with the Public Projects Fund in this space. What we're asking for is a cost share match of $250,000 over the 30-month life of the project. That cost share is both the required match for the project, which enables the funding from PHMSA and helps enable the funding from the Department of Energy as well. It also constitutes an extension project in itself that we've outlined in that statement of work. We feel that this aligns really well with both your objectives, as we understand them at least, and also the objectives of the Martinez-Irwin Fund, as well as being a way for Colorado, which has a very good reputation as a go-to place for innovation, to extend that and develop it further. And finally, we would benefit from as much involvement by ECMC staff as you can afford to provide us. And I think there's a couple of opportunities to participate in the TAP. I think that's a great way for us to understand your issues and also for us to get information out to you. There's also the possibility to have teams from your groups be at METEC during experimental work so that they can understand how the methods are being deployed, how they vary, and what kind of impacts that might have. To the extent that that might help you with both your survey work yourself, so you might be doing for your independent inspections and stuff through Julie's teams, as well as collecting information for future regulatory or control moves that you may need to make. So hopefully that was comprehensive enough and still kept things short. And so I think at this point, we're open for questions.
Excellent. Thanks for the presentation on the topic. To reframe the discussion for commissioners, we have the Irwin Martinez Fund, which is the settlement that was agreed to out of the Firestone strategy. And we've set aside those monies for public projects consistent with the mission of the fund, which was to continue to explore safety around pipelines, flow lines, public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. Commissioner Messner has done a yeoman's job of stepping up and kind of shepherding the usage of the funds. And so with that, I would appreciate being able to turn to Commissioner Messner with any thoughts around this project proposal that's before us.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Like you said, the decision today, the way that the utilization of the Martinez-Irwin Fund Public Projects Fund is set up, is that we accept applications for utilization of the funds. There's criteria set up within the application that the applicant needs to develop as part of their proposal. The overarching goal of the Martinez-Irwin Public Projects Fund is to further the mission of ECMC to protect public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. Staff has an opportunity to provide their perspective on any projects, and so I would like to take a second and give staff an opportunity to provide their perspective on this particular project, and then I'm happy to share my thoughts on the project after they share their thoughts.
Great. Although I feel that Director Murphy has been called aside on a different matter and may not be available to provide staff perspective, I would note that in private discussions, Director Murphy has indicated that they are in favor of this proposal. I also note that perhaps we have Steve Wheeler available to be called upon to provide some subject matter expertise to us. And so, Mr. Thomas, if we could bring Mr. Wheeler available. Oh, there we go. I love it when a plan comes together. Mr. Wheeler, great to see you with us. If you could introduce yourself and introduce your capacity to us. I know what you do, but not everybody does. And then provide some perspective on the proposal we've received, that would be helpful.
Yeah, my name is Steve Wheeler. I'm one of the professional engineers that works in the integrity engineering group that primarily deals with the regulation of flow lines in the state. Previously, our group has spearheaded any kind of work with METEC and participated in the technical advisory panels with that group. Certainly from our perspective and past work with that group, both CSU and SMU, we think that this is very valuable use of the Martinez-Irwin funds, and we certainly fully support their work that they continue to do and the way that they work with solution providers and operators. So certainly from staff's perspective, they have our support, and we think that it'll continue to help our work and certainly our engineering work in the future.
Excellent. It's always helpful to have a professional engineer, subject matter expert, help educate the decision of 5 laypeople, commissioners. So I appreciate that. Any questions for Mr. Wheeler from commissioners? All right, seeing none, Commissioner Messner, I think you had reserved your thoughts about moving forward until after you heard from our staff, and now we've heard from staff, so I'm going to call on you and put you on the spot.
Sure. So having reviewed the application and worked with Mr. Zimmerly and his team in the development of application, I think this is a good project. I think that one of the things that often gets asked by commissioners in applications for the Martinez-Irwin funds is whether or not there's other funds that will be combined with the funds from the Martinez-Irwin fund to kind of further the funding opportunities for whatever projects being proposed here. I'll note that this project includes, I think, $936,000 of federal funds, and this is a matching fund component of that for a larger overall project. I think that it clearly meets the objectives of the Martinez-Irwin Public Projects Fund to further the mission of ECMC in its protection of the public health, safety, welfare, the environment, wildlife resources. I also think this one has an even clearer direct relation to the Martinez-Irwin Fund, as it is looking at leak detection around pipelines and flow lines and gathering lines. And so I find this to be a good project, a supportable project, and I would be in support of approving the funding for this.
Excellent. Again, thanks for the leadership and follow-up on all of that, Commissioner Messner. Other commissioners with questions for staff or questions of Commissioner Messner or otherwise? Seeing none, I would move approval of funding of this project. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Thank you, Mr. Zimmerly. We look forward to the results of your project.
Thank you very much. And I'll follow up with you, John, on kind of procedurally what happens next. And I also wanted to mention to the commission that there's recently been the next round of funding for the methane emissions reduction program from the Department of Energy and EPA. As part of that, CSU was awarded about 300 million for marginal well work. I'm the PI on that project, and if at some point the commission or staff would like an update on what's happening with that project, you and CDPHE both provided support letters for the project. We appreciate that. I'll be happy to give you an update on the status of the project and what the next steps will be. That doesn't require any cost share, so we're not asking for any money on that one. So thank you.
All right, excellent. Good work so far in the beginning of the first year. Let's take a 10-minute break, morning break. It's 10:07. Let's return at 10:17, and then we will hear an enforcement review presentation. All right, we welcome ourselves back. We now will hear from Jeremy Farron on an enforcement review presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Share my screen real quick. See my screen. It says I'm sharing. Can you see my screen? I can.
Yeah, we can see your screen, and we can also see and hear you.
Okay.
So it's all good.
Okay, great. Thank you. I was expecting a window to pop up telling me that I was sharing, but don't see anything. Okay. Good morning, commissioners. Jeremy Farron, enforcement manager. I'm going to run through, despite what the agenda says, we won't be here for an hour and a half. I expect 15, 20 minutes. I'm going to run through sort of an introduction, why I'm here today, walk you through the existing enforcement process as it bears on this topic, which is the SOFV, the stipulated order finding violation. Walk you through some recent compliance initiatives. I'm calling those waves because there have been batches of NOAVs that are being issued. And then we'll kind of open it up to a discussion. As I'm talking, please, interrupt if you have any questions along the way. So as I'm sure most of you recall, this issue came up. There were a couple SOFVs that were heard a few months ago. Some questions about those SOFVs. So the enforcement group put a pause on SOFVs and then regrouped with a team of folks to have a conversation about the future utility of SOFVs.
Mr. Farron, acronym, please. SOF.
Yes, stipulated order finding violation. Yep.
And what does that mean so that people that are listening in can understand?
Yep, great. So we have two types of orders. We have an AOC, which is a settlement agreement for a compliance issue, and then an order finding violation, OFV. And we can have an OFV imposed, over the objection of an operator or where an operator fails to participate, or we've developed this additional tool, which is a stipulated order finding violation, where we have a responsive operator and they're willing to sign an OFV. And so two different categories of orders. And we're here primarily to talk about the SOFV side of things. So,
okay, thanks.
Yep. Let's see. So, and with some discussion and like I said, any questions along the way, just let me know. I should thank Commissioner Oath for participating in those discussions that we had amongst Elias Thomas. Director Murphy participated, and so did Aaron Ray. I think I've named everyone, and I think it was helpful to all get in the room and talk about SOFVs and then prepare for this presentation. So. Okay, so in order to understand why SOFE became a tool, you do sort of need to understand some of the procedural issues associated with the enforcement process. And so our primary tool is the NOAV and the enforcement order. And we don't have anything that's softer, faster, more efficient than that if you want to impose both a penalty and a corrective action. And the director does have the 901 order and the cease and desist order, but that can't impose a penalty. So if you're going to do a penalty and a corrective action, you have to go this route.
And again, NOAV is notice of alleged
Notice of
violation.
alleged violation. Thank you. I'll try to spell it.
There's a lot of folks that are listening in that are not going to know our acronyms. So let's
Yep,
try to.
I'll try to spell them out.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. So in order to get an enforcement order, we do need to issue a notice of alleged violation. There's a person on staff, Trent Lindley. He does a great job of issuing NOAVs. It can be fairly easy or sometimes more complicated, but you do have to issue an NOAV, and so that requires some upfront work. And where an operator doesn't waive service of the NOAV, it needs to be mailed. Again, not a ton of work associated or cost associated with mailing, but it's just one thing that has to be done. The next piece is we need to file an application, and that application is filed with the hearings group. And so now we're using the resources of another unit. It's not something that the enforcement group can do unilaterally. We have to reach out to the hearings group. The next piece, we have to provide notice to the operator. Again, not terribly time consuming. It's really great if we have an operator that'll waive it, but if not, we have to mail it. And I should note on mailing, there's actually a time frame associated with mailing. If they're ignoring the mailman and they don't want to sign for the registered mail or certified mail, there is a time frame in the rule that says that the service isn't effective until it's been at least 5 days since we've mailed it. So again, another hoop to jump through and a possible cause of delay. And so this next one is the publication of the notice. And if I had a magic wand, I would wave this away because it requires us to publish the notice in Denver County and then the county where the violation occurred. And that made sense when everyone read the local newspaper. It's a bit antiquated in my opinion at this point, but it's in the statute. So we're still obligated to do that. That is a substantial source of delay and a substantial source of workload for a pretty significant chunk of Trent Lindley's, the NOAV specialist workload, is dealing with the publication side of things for both the enforcement team and the AGs that are doing enforcement related cases. So next thing, we have to have a hearing. That could be a couple hours in front of a hearing officer. Question, Jeff?
No, I just wanted to point out that I explored legislatively trying to get rid of the publication piece with leadership, and was told carte blanche that the small public or small newspaper folks would raise hell at getting rid of that. And so I agree, it's a complete relic. It doesn't make any sense, but it did not appear to be something that we could legislatively get rid of. And so we're bound by the bureaucracies of the legislative process that is not happy to try to help us get rid of that task that is no longer sensible in today's day and age. So sorry for the embellishment, but it is a true statement. Yeah.
And like I said, I'll keep asking, and maybe someday I will get a magic wand, but it has not proven effective. The idea was to send notice out, and then some third party that had some interest would read the notice and then sort of return to us and say, "Hey, I've got an interest in this." And I can't remember the last time that's actually happened where somebody read the notice and then reached out with a substantive comment, and sometimes not even non-substantive comments.
So just to create the legislative record, if I make another ask, the publication piece is not profitable in terms of like actually yielding results. Is that right?
No, because we're obligated to notify the folks who are most interested. A complainant, the operator, the person who holds the bond. So they're getting their own individual notice. And the idea behind the publication notice was that some third party that we did not otherwise provide notice would see the notice and then reach out and become involved in the matter. But I can't recall the last time someone reached out and was like, hey, I read this in the paper. I want to participate in this hearing.
No, I appreciate that. Thanks. That might help.
Yeah. Okay, so that is a substantial piece of the delay. A hearing, we have to have a hearing. Again, that could be fairly easy, but picture where you have 6 or 10 people and you're trying to align all their calendars. That sometimes takes a significant chunk of time. And then the last is the hearings group has to issue an order. Could be fairly easy, but yet again, it's one more step. And then it also would need to be mailed if the operator doesn't waive the mailing. To claim a bond or move anything over to OWP, we do need an order. And then also, like I just said, there's a little extra notice that goes to anybody that holds the surety. So for claiming a bond that's held by a surety company, we have to reach out to the surety company. Okay, so with that existing process in mind, picture a non-responsive operator. So this is someone with a compliance issue or maybe multiple compliance issues, and we reach out and attempt to resolve that compliance issue, and they simply are not responding. That's going to result in an OFE. That's going to result most likely in a bond claim, and that'll be the full penalty. There'll be no suspension. We're going to claim their bond. We're going to move their properties over to OWP. And that's, more cumbersome than an SOFE, but it is still, we have to go through all of those steps that I just outlined. This, I think, is a point where we can stop and have a bit of a discussion. And I think this was a question that Commissioner Ackerman had, which was, when and why do we use the language that bars a particular individual from returning with a new company? And so I put here, it's an intentional but inconsistent use. And it's the discretion of the enforcement advisors or the AGs, whoever's dealing with the enforcement case. And I hate to say it, but it's kind of, it when you see it. It's a situation where, well, there is a person and we think that person should be barred, and it's because of something they may be doing. It seems like they're trying to shift things over to a particular entity, or they're particularly recalcitrant and really kind of thumbing their nose at the authority of the commission. And so I will offer to possibly better explain when we use it in the future, because I think we put it in there with little explanation, and it might answer some of the questions if we start putting that in there. But I would hate to have sort of a rule where we use it every time or we don't use it every time. I would like to retain the discretion to use it where we think it's appropriate. And so hopefully Commissioner Ackerman, that addressed, I think, what was your concern, that it's really where we have some evidence behind the scenes that there is a person that needs to sort of be barred or forced to return. So I can pause here if anyone has any questions about that.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Farron, for addressing that. And I do understand the need for discretionary use, and I appreciate your suggestion to better explain in the documents when that use is incorporated. I do think we should continue to further consider potentially streamlining our policies associated with when we do that. I think that particularly in the area of complete default or walking away from operations, certainly it should be considered. I have seen those types of situations where it seems like we have with some and haven't with others. So I'm still a little nebulous as to what our standard might be. It makes some sense to me to continue to think about refining that standard.
And let me provide maybe some additional color also. Occasionally when you have a non-responsive operator, we've learned that maybe a key individual has passed away, or there's nobody managing that entity any longer. And so we might choose not to include that language because there's no person to bar, right? The key individual is no longer around. So I think that might add a little additional color as well, but we will try to include some additional information in the orders and hopefully explain why we're using it in a particular incident. So, and pausing. Anybody else have any questions about that? All right. Okay, so contrasting a non-responsive operator with a responsive operator, the first thing enforcement and the AGs are going to do is just confirm compliance with the subject NOAV. Have they complied with the ask that was in the NOAV? And of late, we're also looking at some of the wave categories, and we're going to talk about what those are. But one of the key waves is financial assurance, right? And we don't feel comfortable executing an AOC with an operator that does not have their financial assurance, is not compliant with their financial assurance obligations. So we're going to confirm compliance. And then if they're compliant, we're going to work through a standard AOC, which will have a penalty. And if they have an inability to pay, we'll consider that, but it'll be a pretty standard AOC. Where SOFEs come into play is when we have an operator that simply cannot comply with the subject NOAV, with some of the other obligations under the sort of waves. And we will consider with that operator whether or not an SOFE makes sense. And these two bullets in red, I think, are information that's not widely known. And so this pause in this discussion, I think, is helpful to let the world know that when we have an SOFE or we're considering an SOFE with an operator, the first thing we're going to do is review their financial condition, and they can submit information to us or to the AGs. We have an inability to pay application, and it's a formalized process. They can submit some information to us, and we can then look at it and go, no, in fact, I think you do have sufficient funds to pay a penalty and return to compliance. Or no, it's fairly clear that you cannot comply possibly with your financial assurance obligations. And so in that instance, we're comfortable offering an SOFE as an avenue to resolve an NOAV. But I think the benefit of this process is not only do we look at their financial condition, but we also, if there is any money left, and sometimes there is, it's usually not a lot, but if there is any money left, we can then dictate where we want that money spent. We'll work with the Orphan Well program to figure out, if they removed this tank, if they dealt with this pit or whatever, it would make it that much easier for the Orphan Well program when these assets made their way over to Orphan Well. So like I said, there is a little bit of thought behind when we think an SOFE is appropriate. Okay, so moving on to, that's the sort of process, moving on to the waves. And the waves are really, it's sort of an outgrowth of 181, where beginning in about 21, we have new requirements that apply to every operator, every well, every year. And that really, for the first time, gave us a sense of, some operators that maybe were flying under the radar for enforcement. It really gave us a sense. And so at this point, there's a sorting going on between, there's a group of compliant operators and there is this group of folks who are not compliant. We're trying to figure out why, but at least this gives us a tool because we're looking at every operator, every year, every well. And so with that, we move into what are the actual waves. And I apologize, this is a pretty busy slide, but these are the batches of NOAVs that we've been issuing over the last, whatever that is, 3-4 years, that are related to that obligation of every well, every operator, every year. And some of them, annual registration, despite our best efforts of outreach and warnings, that resulted in, 61 operators that did not file their annual registration for 2021. Bradenhead testing, that's every year, every well, despite engineering's efforts at, outreach to those folks, 42 NOAVs. The red ones are financial assurance. So we had the large and medium-sized operators. That was 19 NOAVs. Another round of Bradenhead testing. There's definitely overlap between these batches. So there's just operators that did not comply for multiple years. But that middle category of financial assurance for the smallest operators, that resulted in 70 NOAVs, and that's a pretty big batch we're still working through. Another batch of annual registration, a batch of financial assurance payments. So just because you have an approved plan, you actually have to pay on that plan, possibly every year for a number of years. So that resulted in 32 NOAVs, and then another couple batches at the end of this year of sort of smaller issues, right? Financial assurance plans, liability insurance that's related to your annual registration, and then a small group of a mix of annual registration and liability. So that has resulted in, I didn't count them up, but hundreds of NOAVs that have been issued of late. And there's more of those waves that are coming. Bradenhead testing for 23. I expect to see the financial assurance payment obligation. That's going to be an annual obligation for many, many years. Some additional financial assurance. So when you take the process, you take these waves, and then you add in the bond claims that we were doing even before 21, for dissolved companies or bankruptcies or what have you, you end up with this situation, which was where we started to use the SOFE. So I'll just call each of these bond claims, but in 2020, there were 7 bond claims and there were 0 SOFEs. 21, another 7 bond claims, 1 SOFE. I think that's where we came up with the concept and ran it by management and got approval to start using SOFEs. 22, we had 13 bond claims, 5 SOFEs, so we're using that tool a little bit more frequently. 23, 16, and 7 SOFEs. And then for last year, 24, we had 14 approved before the pause, and then 9 of those were SOFEs. And then currently, as of I think this week I counted, there's about 35 that the enforcement and AGs are working on. And I think a bunch of them are candidates, or more than half are probably candidates for SOFE. So that is the sorting that I was talking about, where there is a group of compliant operators, and then there's these folks that they can't get it done. And so this shows that SOFE became a tool that we started using, and it's been helpful in getting those NOAVs resolved. Okay, so almost done here, ready for discussion. Like I said, the SOFE concept was approved. We ran it by Director Murphy, had conversations with Cuthbertson and Mimi, and so it wasn't an invention of the enforcement program, but it was an intentional effort to sort of get this backlog of NOAVs related to the waves through. The pros, it is within the construct of the procedure that I outlined. It's really the most efficient hearing possible. I can get something done as quick as possible within that construct if I get the operators' involvement in their signing an SOFE. It's not subject to appeal because they have signed on to that order. And then, like I said, we then dictate where their dollars are spent, if there are any dollars to be spent. And those dollars are not spent on, attorney's fees, defending the case, what have you. So I think it's a good way to direct those funds. And then we can add the language that bars a particular individual if we think it's appropriate. The cons, you still have to go through a hearing, right? So it's the most efficient, but it's still a somewhat inefficient process. And then with no penalty being imposed, we do sort of lack the deterrent effect that a penalty would have on similarly situated operators. My sense is that the deterrent effect isn't terribly effective for this category of operators, or at least most of the operators in this category, just because their complete inability to comply. And so that leaves this last point here, which is Personally, and I think most of the enforcement team, we think SOFE is a tool we'd like to continue using into the future. But, there's some options in front of you, which is keep using it, knowing that I do think this sorting is going to result in it becoming less used into the future. Just because we're working through this process and certain operators are just not going to be no longer operating. And so we could stop using it and impose full penalties like we do with OFEs. I don't prefer that approach because I do think an SOFE gets things through a little bit quicker. And this is probably the point where we can have a discussion, if it makes sense to set up some guideposts, right? So if there's a certain level of impact associated, we won't use an SOFE, or maybe a number of wells or a calculated penalty, something like that. Then, above that, 10 wells or over $500,000 or something like that, maybe an SOFE isn't the appropriate the tool to use. But I do think most often there is a sort of a lower level of environmental threat and certainly not impacts associated with these operators, because at this point it's getting their financial assurance in and things like that. So I will pause there and maybe turn it over to Commissioner Oath if I've missed anything and if there's anything she wants to add, and then we can have a discussion about using SOFEs into the future.
Thanks, Mr. Farron. I really appreciate that. That was a great presentation. I don't really have, definitely didn't miss anything. Would just say thank you also to you for the really good collaborative discussion and kind of putting all of this together to help all of us understand not only the current process, which is very helpful, but also kind of how we got here, particularly with this tool of the SOFVs. I know I was probably not alone, but was vocal in wanting to better understand this and kind of take this pause and take this opportunity to just understand how we got here and kind of have some discussion on whether or not we all are comfortable continuing on the path, or whether or not we want to discuss any potential changes. I mean, I continue to grapple with this, as you know, Mr. Farron, but to kind of, re-articulate some of the kind of trade-offs or kind of posture that we're in, and where my thinking is on this is, I think the reason that I think I had some concern with SOFVs, and particularly the part of them that suspends penalties upon a number of conditions being met is really that about, the importance of holding operators accountable, and also, the potential for the deterrence effect. And, as we talked about it, it's, if we utilize kind of a more traditional route, then penalty goes into ECMC funds, and the site may go into the orphan well program, where prioritization continues, kind of with the state as a whole. So there's sort of pros in that regard as well, as opposed to these are particular sites where I agree with you, there's some really good value in being able to dictate how those last dollars are spent. I think ultimately it kind of ends up coming down to, the number of dollars that are, it's not that an operator who has not been compliant with some of these new requirements, as I'm starting to look at it, right, is like these are operators who were in existence. There are new requirements that came into place that those operators are not able to comply with. And so the question is, what is the most appropriate thing to do in those types of circumstances? Right. And I can see how in the cases of if the operator was, is just not able to comply with new requirements for financial assurance or kind of ongoing testing, that it makes sense to most efficiently and most targeted, use the SOFV and get them through the process and get that site into a closed out state and make the best use of the limited funds that are available. On the other hand, and this is kind of, I can't think of the word, but almost illogical, but I can also understand the thinking of utilizing this tool in other circumstances where there's real risk to public health in the environment. And I think that was one of the cases where this really came to light, with a site up in Larimer County, where, there was real risk. And so it seems illogical that in that case, we might want to say, yeah, let's suspend a penalty, even though there's real, risk to public health and the environment demonstrated here, in order to be able to take limited funds and dedicate them to particular wells and particular circumstances to most quickly and efficiently make sure that we're protecting public health and the environment. I think we could also do that through the orphan well program, but to your point, Mr. Farron, and I think this keeps coming around to is it may take a little bit more time through the other route, and there is some risk. I think it's hard to articulate how much of the risk that is, but that there's some risk that the amount of funding would be less potentially because it could get caught up in some litigation or adversarial process. So appreciate you framing all of this. I think I don't know the exact answer. I could remain, kind of conflicted on this really, but really have a better understanding of how we got here, why we are, and what some of the pros are for this tool, and for different reasons in the very different circumstances.
Anybody else have any questions, comments?
Further questions for Mr. Farron?
I've got a couple questions. One is maybe some clarification on are we having a discussion here and providing direction, or are we just hearing a presentation and asking questions? Or I'm not sure what our steps are here.
Yeah, so it was sort of informational, and then if you folks decide to direct us in a certain way, we can have that conversation. If the group of you is uncomfortable with SOFEs, we would clearly listen to that direction to stop using them. But we did. I think I reached out maybe in November and said that there's few we're going to move up to you folks. Because of circumstances, those actually didn't end up moving your way, but there is a few in the queue. And so at the end of today, I'd like to, open that back up and start having some SOFEs in front of you, unless, again, you all decide that this is a tool we shouldn't be using.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, just so I better understand, I know that we have a executive session on this topic at some point. And so are we asking just clarifying questions at this point, having an executive discussion, and then deliberating on some path forward after the executive session? Or I just want to make sure I understand what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of right. We're taking in information now. We'll have an executive session. We obviously have an opportunity to provide direction. I appreciate the work of our enforcement team, and as one commissioner, I don't want to micromanage the enforcement team. I think they're doing a good job, but I also want to ensure that we hear quite often from our stakeholders that our regulations are only as good as our enforcement of our regulations. And so we want to make sure that that goal is being met. And so I think first off, we're hearing from enforcement in terms of where we're at now, and we'll take an executive session, and then, we can come back and make deliberations, et cetera. And I'm kind of winging this too a little bit. So
okay, I just wanted to understand a little bit the kind of expectations. But I did have some questions for you, Mr. Farron. And I'm still, like Commissioner Ackerman, and I think Commissioner Oath to some extent, I'm trying to better understand the discretion for some of the SOFVs around whether or not to bar a particular operator and or levy penalties and or some combination of those things, and what type of kind of decision tree or criteria would need to be utilized in order to make some of those decisions. I do think that there's some discretionary or not discretionary. There's some benefits from a deterrent standpoint, and I understand that there may be an opinion out there that the deterrence may or may not be effective in these situations, but there still has to be some result of certain decision makings around this. I mean, the financial assurance piece in particular, this was known. The financial assurance plans were developed to the greatest extent possible and still follow statutory direction. Enable payment plans to be developed over time for operators to ultimately be able to develop what they should have had in place anyway, which is a retirement plan for their assets at some point. And so I am kind of curious whether or not you could provide a little more color on what type of decision tree or criteria could be developed that would, and it was also contemplated during the financial assurance rulemaking that there may be some situations where operators were unable to pay. And, that may mean that they were going to walk away from their assets and it would be a part of the orphan well program. And so that was an unknown thing that could occur. And so I guess, like, as we look at this, like, what would be a decision tree or criteria to make a determination of, do you impose some penalty so that they can still operate in this state and still do an SOFV? Or if they do an SOFV, barring the fact that they're no longer alive or some circumstance like this, are they precluded from operating in the state until at some point they come back in front of the commission, which they all have the opportunity to come back in front of the commission to plead their case and resolve their financial situation or whatever their penalties were. Because even in these situations, I don't know if they're fully eliminated those penalties, but they're suspended, correct? And so they could come back and plead their case. And so is there some middle ground there that could be worked that would both be functional on your end and still allow for that expedited process, but still provide deterrent and protection for the state of Colorado?
Thanks for the question. So let me try and outline most of the operators we're talking about here. It's kind of an all or nothing. And, can they comply with the NOAV, which may be related to financial assurance or something else? And the answer we're hearing back is just no. I cannot pay someone to do braid and head testing. I cannot pay the mitigation fee associated with my annual registration. I cannot get liability insurance, which is also an obligation under your annual registration. I've tried, I simply cannot do it. And so and financial assurance is another category too, where it's like, I, under my plan, am supposed to pay X amount. I simply cannot do it. And so we're faced with, can we negotiate something with them and allow them to continue to be an operator? In which case that would be an AOC. Most of the time all of the time for OFV or an SOFE, the answer is they cannot do it. And so we're stuck with, well, okay, what do the operator who's telling us, even if we put them on a payment plan, they cannot do the financial assurance that they need to do. And so I think, if we can work something out with them, we will, and it'll be an AOC, and you'll see an AOC appear before you. But this is a different category of operators where they simply can't. And so they're either going to be an OFV or they're going to be an SOFV. And, like I said, I think the SOFV is the more efficient approach. But once we look at the financial condition of an operator, we make the calculus of, okay, so they have 10 grand left. Well, you could waste all of that on attorney's fees. And, we might still win and we might, get a penalty imposed against them, but the money's gone because it was spent on attorney's fees. And even if we had gotten a penalty, it doesn't go directly to work in the field. It goes to It actually goes to a fund that can then be eventually used by the agency. It's not like it goes directly to, the XYZ location or something. And so, yeah, I think that's the point where we are, where if they can comply, we'll work something out. If it takes a payment plan, what have you, we'll work it out. But for most of the operators that are sort of in the queue at this point, they're telling us, and we're looking and confirming that they just simply can't do it. And so we've reached the point where they cannot be an operator in the state of Colorado anymore. And so that's why we've got this tool of SOFEs and OFEs. But does that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean it, and I think I can answer my own question, but in every instance of an SOFV, the operators are relinquishing all of their assets, right? And so, and those would go into the orphan well program, and so really, perhaps the question here is whether or not to bar that operator, to not bar that operator, and they're both willing and unwilling to do this in an SOFV, or they have to be willing to do this. This is
They have to be willing.
Okay.
Yeah. If they're unwilling, we go the OFV route, right? So over their objection, we're going to go to hearing. Could be a full-blown hearing in front of you folks, or it could be in front of a hearing officer. That's the OFV route, full-blown hearing. They can provide some guidance, but we're going to be asking for, full penalty, everything. The SOFE is different, where we actually have, and let me give an example. So picture a company that has president, vice president, secretary, right? President, vice president passed away, and the only person left is the secretary. We might be working with the secretary to negotiate the SOFE, right? Like they're the last corporate officer. They probably have the authority to sign this SOFE. They're the person we're going to work for. We would consider barring the president, vice president, but they're gone, right? And the secretary is, working with us to get, the last 2 wells and the last 3 locations into orphan well. And so the SOFE is a perfect tool for that, right? We got somebody they can sign, they can prove to us that there's no assets. We all are aware that there's, 2 wells and 3 locations, and those are all going to get shuttled over to orphan well program. And the secretary has possibly also confirmed to us, like, we cannot post financial assurance. We cannot do BREDNet testing. We can't do, we can't get liability insurance. And so that's where we are. We have someone to negotiate with, someone to sign the SOFE, but it's either going to orphan well through an OFE or an SOFE. It's just going to happen either way because they cannot, check all the boxes and be a compliant operator anymore.
Okay. Thanks for answering my questions.
Further questions from commissioners? All right, Mr. Farron, we really appreciate the presentation and the information that you've provided us. It's very helpful. And I think it's helpful for educational benefits to the world at large in terms of how we are ensuring that our protective protocol is being enforced against.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have an executive session to receive legal advice and analysis pursuant to 24-64023A Romanet 2 regarding questions arising from the enforcement review presentation. I see that Attorney General Davenport has visualized, and so would ask him to help us move into that process.
Thanks, Chair. Took me a second to click unmute. Happy New Year to all the commissioners. I don't need to go through my script, I don't believe, because you've just read on the agenda what the purpose of executive session would be. So all I'd ask is that there be a motion to go into executive session, please.
All right, I would move into executive session for the purposes as mentioned. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Hearings Manager Thomas, are you with us?
Yes.
Aloha. Where, where would we find our executive session link these days? It used to be on Christmas of last year, but I don't know where it is.
It'll still be there, and we also put it on January 1st. So both of those links should still take you to the executive session Zoom.
Okay. And so for those of you who are new to the process, what will happen is the commissioners will leave this Zoom meeting. This Zoom meeting will remain in place. We won't be here. We're going to move into a different Zoom meeting with our Attorney General to receive legal advice. Once we're done, we'll come back here. I don't anticipate this is going to be a long-reaching executive session. Is that right, AG Davenport?
I don't have significant comments to make.
All right. However, I would note that it's 11:02. Maybe we'll do executive session, and then we could just like have a firm comeback time frame of say 12:30. That way we don't have people waiting around. And then if we're done with the executive session, we can go get a sandwich or something. So let's return at 12:30. Let's go into executive session as we voted, and we'll see everybody soon. Bye. All right, welcome back. This is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission meeting on January 8th. It is 12:30. We are returning from an executive session and a break. Would recognize Assistant Attorney General Kyle Davenport.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, public. The Commission was just in executive session for the purpose of receiving legal advice analysis as authorized by Section 24.6.402.3a Roman 2 regarding questions arising from Enforcement Manager Farron's enforcement review presentation. During the course of that executive session, the Commission did not deliberate, it did not make any decisions, and it did not vote. I'd also like to note for the record that while the subject was enforcement, it was general enforcement process only. The Commission did not discuss any specific pending enforcement matter. And with that, Mr. Chair, we need a motion to exit executive session.
Agree, concur with everything you said. That's all true and accurate, and would move to exit executive session.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Commissioners, before we move to our next agenda item, does any commissioner have any comments for the good of the cause relative to the information we learned from Mr. Farron concerning enforcement? Commissioner Oath.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. First, just want to again thank Mr. Farron and all who participated in our discussions these past number of months on these topics. I think as we all have expressed and seem to agree on, it's an incredibly important tool. Enforcement is in order to ensure compliance with our rules. And so appreciate how seriously the staff take this and as reflected in this conversation, commissioners do as well. I mean, as I reflect on this, I kind of see two different areas. I just would want to provide maybe some I don't know if it's conclusory remarks or just kind of summary thoughts. The first has to do with whether to unpause the use of SOFVs as a tool, and the other being around the use of language kind of barring operators from continued future operation in Colorado without explicit permission to do so. So for the first one, again, just for clarity, it's not, as I have questioned, SOFVs or wanted additional conversation about them, it's not really about the tool itself. It has been more about the practice to include provisions in the SOFV that suspend a penalty in full, so long as a number of conditions are complied with. That's really the particular provision that I have wanted to have some additional understanding about, and I appreciate that I have gained a lot of understanding about that as a result of this process. Given that, I, as one commissioner, would be, comfortable undoing that pause and allowing the staff to consider when that as a tool and with those particular provisions regarding suspension of penalties. it may be something to include in the SOFE for our consideration and bringing those forward. And that would continue to allow us the opportunity on a case-by-case basis to continue to determine whether or not they are appropriate given the circumstances. So that's where I am currently with respect to SOFE's topic. With respect to the other topic regarding kind of when the proposed orders include language that would bar operators from continuing to or resuming operation in Colorado. Appreciate the language used by Mr. Farron that this type of language has been applied intentionally, although maybe not, on the surface of it consistently. Although I don't know if that, I don't know about that. I do think that it's would be helpful for us to further articulate, our thoughts on when we do think that it would be appropriate. I think that I would be very comfortable and think it's probably best if we just do that, through either this session or through, future sessions when we see circumstances that would warrant additional dialogue on this, as opposed to trying to formalize this in kind of a written policy or guidance or rule, anything like that. I think the circumstances where it has been used and which continue to make sense to me would be, those where there are operators with, really repeated violations and inability to comply, along with really either some kind of negligence on the part of the operator or real recalcitrance on the part of the operator. If there's just kind of flagrant disregard for the importance of compliance with rules here in Colorado, I do think that warrants the application of this type of language going forward. And I don't know that those are the only ones. I certainly welcome other commissioners' thoughts on that as well. So I think that summarizes where I am. Again, thanks very much to all for spending a lot of time on this. I think it's important and has been very helpful.
Appreciate the summary there, Commissioner Oath. Very helpful. Others with thoughts before we move on to our agenda? Commissioner Messmer.
Thanks. I just wanted to indicate that I agree with Commissioner Oath, and I appreciate Commissioner Oath bringing this up and Mr. Farron providing a good presentation today on the information. And I do think that the suggestion for further clarity in the SOFVs would be helpful. And then commission review and analysis with follow-up questions on a case-by-case basis, I think effectively provides the tools for us to provide directions more intentionally than I think a blanket policy at this point. And so I would agree with Commissioner Oath on the path forward.
Agreed. Thanks. Others with thoughts, comments? All right. We are refreshed with regard to enforcement at the beginning of 2025. We've got a couple other items on the agenda. First is docket 240700168, an oil and gas development plan. The applicant is Pure Helium LLC, and the applicant is represented by Kelsey Wazelinski. Good New Year to you.
Happy New Year. Good afternoon to you all. It looks like most of our panelists are here. We just lost one due to an internet issue. But why don't we go ahead and start with swearing in at least the 4 we've got here now. And when Mr. Blaine Sathoff is back in the hearing, we'll get him admitted and sworn in as well.
Very good. AG Mercer-Gelman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon to the panel. I will just swear you in by asking you one at a time to raise your right hand, state your name, and that you swear to tell the truth. Let's begin with Mr. Carroll.
Stephen Kirby Carroll.
And
I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Brodsky.
I'm Gwen Brodsky, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Peffer?
I'm Michael Pepper. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Germanario?
I'm Mark Germanario. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing the final presenter. Will they be an affirmative presenter or just here for questions?
He is unfortunately the person tasked with sharing our PowerPoint. He's working on it. We're working on maybe an alternative where we can have someone else, perhaps from the team, pull the PowerPoint up. Otherwise, it sounds like he's just trying to get back in on the panel.
Mr. Chair, would
Kelsey,
you like to wait?
Kelsey, I can share the presentation if needed.
That
Go for
would
it,
be
Carol.
great, Kirby. Thank you. We'll just give you a minute to get that up. Wonderful. Okay. Well, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Kelsey Wasalinki with Jost Energy Law. And with Jamie Jost, we represent Pure Helium in the Spain-Hauer OGDP before you today in docket 240700168. On behalf of Pure Helium, I would like to thank Cheyenne County for its participation through the OGDP planning process, ECMC staff, and the director for their efforts on this OGDP. Before I provide an overview of the OGDP application, Mr. Kirby Carroll with Pure Helium will provide an introduction to the company and the team here today. Kirby?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, and all staff present here today. My name is Kirby Carroll, and I am the Director of Land and Regulatory Affairs for Pure Helium. Today, I'm accompanied by Blaine Satoff, who is having internet troubles today. Blaine is our Operations Director. Mike Peffer, who is our Chief Geologist, and Mark Germanario, who is our Geologic Consultant. You all are very familiar with Gwen and Kelsey, and we're very glad to have them here to support us today. Since this is our first hearing with the commission, I thought I'd share a little bit about Pure Helium. Pure Helium is a wholly owned subsidiary of Aspect Holdings, and Aspect Holdings is a privately owned Denver-based exploration development company that has been in operation for over 30 years. And throughout that time, we've built a reputation not only for being a very successful company, but one that's very socially responsible and innovative. And this has resulted in a great track record, both domestically and abroad. Internationally, right now, our current focus is on oil and gas projects in Central and Eastern Europe, where we're proud to be one of the largest producers of oil and gas in Hungary. Last year, we executed an exploration program in Croatia that was very successful, and we're hoping to have those projects online by the end of the year. With the ongoing war in Ukraine, the localized production of oil and gas is very critical to the energy security of those nations, as well as their neighboring European allies. And so we're proud to be supporting that effort in Europe. But here in the United States, our recent efforts have concentrated on helium and geothermal development, and we hold lease positions in several Western United States for both of those opportunities. We are very excited about helium exploration and feel that Eastern Colorado really has the characteristics necessary for successful play. First, the area has been developed in the past and has been shown to have some of the highest concentrations of helium in the United States. The wells are shallow and can be developed conventionally. And unlike some of the other helium exploration opportunities, there's already an existing processing facility and a large existing pipeline gathering system already in place. And this facility is very important to the local community. And as a result of that, they've been very supportive of our exploration program, both at the local government level, as well as some of the local residents that we've been engaging with. But having operated in various regions around the world, we really understand the importance of responsible development. And if there are reasons for our success, I would say there are probably two that stand out. And number one, we use cutting edge technology. And what I mean by that is that we use a proprietary 3D seismic processing interpretation technique that significantly enhances our success rate. For an example, last year, we had a 90% success rate with our exploration program in Europe, and we intend to utilize those same techniques here in Colorado. The next one is that we fully understand the importance of natural resource protection and minimizing our impacts. And we've worked really hard on this OGDP to engage with the local communities, understand the regulatory requirements, and to really come to the table with a development plan that really minimizes potential impacts. And so, with that, I'm excited about the opportunity to collaborate with the Commission, the broader community, and we really thank you for your time today. And with that, I'll turn it back to Kelsey.
Thank you, Kirby. I'll start with a brief summary. The Spainhauer OGDP is proposed for 3 new locations located within Cheyenne County to develop 3 vertical wells targeting the Morrow and Reagan sandstone. The 3 proposed locations are shown on this map and labeled the Spainhauer 21-7-1544, the Spainhauer 23-7-1544, and the Spainhauer 24-7-1544. We may refer to these locations as the Spainhauer 21, 23, and 24 going forward. The OGDP application includes a spacing application for 960 acres of mineral development to develop leasehold owned 100% by Pure Helium. Next slide. As you can see from this ISOPAC map submitted in support of the OGDP application as Geology Exhibit G2, the subsurface geology supports the DSU acreage, targeting development of helium-bearing channel sands. There is a geologic fault in this area. On the east side of the fault is an area of helium-bearing channel sands that extends geologically beyond Section 7 and under the west half of Section 8. The proposed locations are situated on the north half of Section 7, where Pure Helium can develop under a single surface use agreement with a single landowner. Pure Helium also owns surface and mineral leasehold interests in the west half of Section 8. Next slide. As I mentioned, the 3 proposed locations are located on lands owned by a single surface owner covered by 1 surface use agreement. All produced gas will be piped underground to tie into the Ladder Creek gathering system and will be processed at the Tumbleweed Midstream Helium Liquefaction Plant in Cheyenne Wells, which is northeast of these locations. I'll now pass the presentation over to Gwen Brodsky of AOTA Technical.
Thanks, Kelsey. And I'll walk us through a brief explanation of Pure Helium's planned development and then describe the setting. There will be 1 conventional vertical well at each of the 3 locations, and the wells will vary between 5,500 feet and 6,500 feet deep because they're targeting different formations in the Morrow Sand and Reagan Sandstone. There will be no hydraulic fracturing, stimulation, or flowback. All drill cuttings, formation water, and drilling fluids will be removed for disposal. And during production, each pad will have a wellhead, 3-phase separator, 1 oil, and 1 produced water tank. Now, Pure Helium did look at consolidating to 1 equipment pad from a land use perspective, but wasn't able to make it work from an engineering perspective. And that's because the wells are targeting different formations with potential for different gas compositions. And this affects surface equipment for handling and transport, but also tracking of well production and performance measures. Despite that, Pure Helium tried to minimize the footprint by having the western locations share an access road and keeping the eastern locations close to the county road. Tank vapors will route to an enclosed combustor for destruction, and gas will be piped underground to tie into the Ladder Creek gathering system. The locations will be visited daily by a pumper, and each location will have liquids offloading an estimated 8 times per month, or about twice a week. So Kirby, we'll go to the next slide and describe that the locations are southwest of the town of Cheyenne Wells. The setting is rural farmland that we see in the photo at the bottom. It's cultivated by a tenant farmer with grain crops like corn, sorghum, and wheat. And Pure Helium conducted a full environmental field survey in April 2024, looking at land uses, residences, water, habitat, vegetation, and soils. The locations are not subject to alternative location analysis. The nearest house is almost 3,000 feet to the south. There's no immediately down gradient surface water, and CPW supports waiver of alternative location analysis requirements for lesser prairie chicken estimated occupied range, which we'll describe further. Pure Helium has worked with the surface owner, coordinating its development plans, siting, and timing. For example, each production pad will be reduced to a third the size of the original disturbance, and the field will continue to be cultivated around it. No public comments were received on the OGDP and no petitions were filed. Cheyenne County doesn't regulate siting for oil and gas. It is a use by right for areas zoned agricultural, but Pure Helium met with county commissioners and talked to commissioners and staff individually. The county has an interest in the continued success of the Tumbleweed Midstream Helium Liquefaction Plant in Cheyenne Wells, where gas from this development will be processed. So on the next slide, we'd like to take an additional minute on the setting for these locations. On this slide, Pure Helium's proposed locations are the blue squares. A mapped water feature crosses the area, and that water feature was field surveyed by a third party adhering to Army Corps of Engineers delineation manual criteria. This was documented in an attachment to the wildlife plan. The feature isn't designated high priority habitat. It also has no water or ordinary high water marks, scour, wet or a riparian area. So as shown in the photo in the lower right, which was taken during the field survey, this area is actually an upland swale. It's dominated by upland vegetation like blue grama, brome, and yucca. Another consideration in the area is that it falls inside of lesser prairie chicken estimated occupied range, which broadly overlays much of Cheyenne County. Pure Helium conducted formal consultation with CPW through the Southeast Energy Liaison and CPW biology staff. The documentation is included with a Form 2A showing CPW support for a waiver for alternative location analysis on the basis that the locations are in cultivated agricultural fields. There are existing and producing oil and gas wells from 3 other operators, and we list these in the table on this slide. The density of existing wells and their impact buffers, which are shown with the circles on this slide, limits the likely use of the habitat by lesser prairie chicken. And added to that, the label on the figure shows where the county is operating an active sand and gravel pit across County Road 43 from the eastern Pure Helium location. So with my last slide, I'd like to highlight specific BMPs from the Rural 304C plans. For wildlife, it's, according to CPW, significant that the proposed locations are consolidated in an area already impacted by other development. And ECMC has stated its interest in having operators seek these opportunities to consolidate new disturbance and estimated occupied range whenever possible. The Wildlife Mitigation Plan contains several tables listing avoidance and minimization measures, operating practices, and BMPs specific to wildlife. Pure Helium does have gas takeaway. There will be minimal truck traffic from 8 round trips per month at each location. The locations are more than a half mile from down gradient water. After interim reclamation, less than 6 acres of the 320 acre half section will be converted for locations and access during production. And lastly, the nearest residence is greater than 2,900 feet to the south. So with that, I'll turn it back to Kelsey to conclude our presentation.
Thank you, Gwen. I'll briefly conclude and note just a few OGDP highlights. As mentioned, no public comments were submitted on the Form 2As and no petitions were filed. Pure Helium consulted with CPW, and CPW supports the waiver of ALA at these locations due to low habitat suitability for lesser prairie chicken and siting near other industrial activity. The proposed siting and best management practices protect and minimize potential adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, and protect against adverse environmental impacts on any air, water, soil, or biological resource. And finally, Pure Helium agrees with the director's recommendation for conditional approval of the OGDP, and specifically to the COA, which states that prior to commencing drilling operations, operator will provide ECMC all financial assurance required under Rule 702. So for these reasons, we respectfully request approval of the OGDP application, approval of the Form 2As for the Spain Howard 21, 23, and 24 locations, and approval of the 960-acre spacing application for the application lands. And this does now conclude our presentation. So we can take the screen share down, and we do have a team of subject matter experts who are open for your questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We have a panel of experts that are open for questions. Does any commissioner have a question? No questions are okay as well. Does any commissioner desire to make a motion? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate specifically the company's significant work with CPW and their consultation, find it to be suitable for the reasons mentioned. I also note there's a COA suggested by staff of the obtaining of financial assurance, and would make a motion to approve this application with that COA.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Wazelinski. Thank you to staff for the background work that is not evident here, but that is important. And we will allow this OGDP to move forward. We have, in the vein of helium OGDPs, we have another one. And Ms. Wazelinski, I think this is yours as well. This is docket 240100019. And this is WaveTech Helium Incorporated OGDP.
That's correct.
Do you have a different panel of subject matter experts?
We do. Yes, we do. And so perhaps we could take a couple minutes to impanel the new team, but I know they're ready for this, and I see at least a few of them coming on now.
Great. Let's just go ahead and move forward with it, and then we'll take a break after this one, between this one and the next
Okay.
OGDP.
It looks like
If you're a subject matter expert, go ahead and visualize yourself, and then we'll get you sworn in.
I believe we're just missing Patty Vogel. And there's Steve Falk. There she is. Okay, I believe we've got everyone. So if everyone could please have their cameras on, we will get you sworn in.
Good afternoon to the panelists. I believe most of you have done this before with me, so we're just going to go one at a time and ask you each to raise your right hand, state your name, and that you swear to tell the truth. Let's begin with Mr. Gendelman.
I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. And your name for the record?
My name is Igor Gendelman, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Gross?
My name is Andrea Gross, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Joby?
My name is Patrick Job, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you, and apologies for the mispronunciation. Mr. Eby?
My name is David Eby, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Falk?
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Falk, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. And finally, Ms. Vogel.
Hi, I'm Patty Vogel, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you very much. Is that all, everyone, Ms. Wazelinski?
I believe Mr. Ed Gendelman is here on the panel.
Okay.
Yeah, I apologize. I had some technical difficulties.
Oh, that's okay. If you could just state your name and that you swear to tell the truth, please.
My name is Edward Gendelman, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Is Mr. Peffer a panelist as well?
No, he's not. Okay. So I think we are all set.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Would you
Chair,
like to share the screen? Yeah, okay.
thank you. We'll get our PowerPoint up and then I'll get started.
Are you looking at the other screen?
I'm seeing it's just not in presentation mode.
Okay.
That looks great. All
Yep.
right. Well, thank you. Good afternoon again, commissioners. Again, my name's Kelsey Wasalinki with Jost Energy Law. And with Jamie Jost, we represent WaveTech Helium in the Howard Hadachek Helium OGDP before you today in docket 2401-00019. We would like to thank Cheyenne County for their support of the OGDP and also ECMC staff and their director for their efforts on this OGDP. Next slide. This OGDP requests approval of an approximate 960-acre oil and gas development plan for the development of 3 new vertical wells from 4 new locations to target helium gas in the Morrow V3 Sandstone Formation. The 4 requested Form 2As are for the Howard 2229 pad, the Hadachek Trust 2111 pad, the Hadachek Trust 2111 production facility, and the Hadachek Trust 2123 pad as shown on this map. WaveTech will utilize existing 320-acre spacing units to develop the Howard 2229 well and the Hadachek Trust 2111 well. WaveTech will develop the Hadachek Trust 2123 well in WaveTech's 100% leasehold interest in accordance with Rule 401A. All gas produced from the Morrow Reservoir will produce directly to the existing Ladder Creek pipeline system. WaveTech does not expect to produce oil as part of this development. The 4 proposed locations are within Cheyenne County. Again, Cheyenne County does not regulate the siting of oil and gas locations. However, WaveTech has been in close communication and consultation with Cheyenne County throughout the OGDP process and has the county's full support. All locations are within the Lesser Prairie Chicken estimated occupied range, and the Hadachek 2111 pad and facility are also in the Lesser Prairie Chicken connectivity area. WaveTech will discuss its consultation with CPW and protective BMPs to avoid and minimize potential impacts to the Lesser Prairie Chicken from the proposed helium development in the presentation today. It is important to note that the locations are over 4 miles from the closest LEC location. There are several turbines within 1,800 meters of the Hadachek Trust 2111 pad and facility and the Hadachek Trust 2123 location. The locations are not within a focal area. They are in cultivated agriculture or rangeland. U.S. Fish and Wildlife has no concerns with the proposed development, and CPW waived ALA for the 2211 location and facility and the 2123 location. I do want to take a minute to address the 2 conditions of approval contained in the director recommendation that WaveTech agrees to add to the Form 2A for the Howard 2229 location. The first COA states that WaveTech will muffle or otherwise control exhaust noise from pump jacks and compressors so that operational noise will not exceed 49 decibels measured at 30 feet from the source. And the second COA states that WaveTech will conduct drilling outside of the Lesser Prairie Chicken breeding season of March 1 to July 15. WaveTech agrees to both of these COAs for the Howard 2229 Form 2A. And finally, WaveTech has complied with all notice requirements for the OGDP. No formal petitions were filed and no public comments were received on the Form 2As. So now I'll turn it over to Igor Gendelman, who's the Vice President of WaveTech, to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Kelsey. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Igor Gendelman, and I'm the Vice President of WaveTech Helium. I appreciate the opportunity to present the Howard Hadachek Helium OGDP. Next slide, please. Helium is an essential element for many essential industries, and there are substantial reserves of it in southeastern Colorado. WaveTech staff has a lot of geological and operational experience and knowledge in this area, and we are leveraging it in our efforts to produce more helium. Next slide, please. This slide is to update you on permitting and operations. 5 OGDPs have been approved by ECMC already. 4 wells have been drilled. We're about to drill 3 more. OGDP number 7 and 8 have been filed and are awaiting ECMC completeness. And OGDP number 9 will be filed this year in 2025. Next slide, please. This is an overview of Howard 2229 pad location. We plan to drill one conventional vertical well at this location, targeting helium-containing natural gas. All the gas production will go to an already existing Ladder Creek plant through an already existing pipeline system. This location is fee surface and fee minerals, with total drilling pad disturbance of about 3.5 acres. This location is within Lesser Prairie Chicken estimated occupied range, and WaveTech consulted with CPW and conducted ALA. Project-related disturbance to rangeland is not expected to impact the Lesser Prairie Chicken. And this location is more than 2,000 feet away from all residences, buildings, and schools. Next slide, please. This is an overview of the Hadachek Trust 2111 pad location. This location has the same bullet points as the previous one. And in addition, there is one wind turbine within 1,800 meters of the proposed location. And this location is in cultivated agriculture with no suitable grassland or CRP habitats in the area proposed for disturbance. Next slide, please. This is an overview of Hadachek 2111 production facility pad location. It's a separate pad from the well pad, so as not to interfere with the irrigation of the crop circle. This location has the same bullet points as the previous one. Next slide, please. This is overview of Hadachek Trust 2123 location. This location also has the same bullet points as the previous one. And in addition, there are 6 wind turbines within 1,800 meters of the proposed location. Next slide, please. Targets for this wells are more fluvial channel sandstones. Reservoir is highly permeable and is part of a separate gas accumulation. WaveTech will utilize spacing order 477-3 to drill and develop these wells with approximate 320-acre drilling and spacing units. And Hadachek Trust 2123 will be drilled and developed in accordance with Rule 401A in WaveTech's 100% leasehold interest. Next slide, please. This is the permitting timeline. And we will continue to work with ECMC staff on process improvements for improved completeness timing. Next slide, please. This shows phases of operation. Pad construction will take about 4 days per location. We will drill 3 new wells. This slide says it will take about 14 days to drill, but with the experience we have now, we hope to do it in 5 to 6 days, actually. Basic production equipment will be installed if the wells are productive. All the gas will go into an already existing pipeline that will go to Ladder Creek helium plant. Next slide, please. This shows the estimated occupied range for Lesser Prairie Chicken, and I'll pass the presentation on to our wildlife biologist, Steve Falk.
Thank you, Igor. Good afternoon, commissioners. I've been asked to join this presentation to add a little more information about our consideration of impacts and our consultation efforts regarding the Lesser Prairie Chicken. In Colorado, the northern distinct population segment of the Lesser Prairie Chicken is listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. At the state level, the species is designated as threatened. Toward protecting habitats that are important and essential to the Lesser Prairie Chicken, several habitats have been designated to receive certain protections. These include production areas, including leks and nearby nesting habitat, focal areas of high quality habitat, connectivity areas, and the overall estimated range of the species in Colorado. Production areas are considered under Rule 1202.C as no surface occupancy habitats. None of these locations within this OGDP are within 4 miles of a known lek. Focal areas are addressed under Rule 1202.D as density habitats. None of the OGDP locations are within 8 miles of a mapped focal area. Connectivity areas and estimated occupied range are both addressed under Rule 309.E.1 as other consultation habitats. The Hadachek 2111 location is within a connectivity area. The Hadachek 2123 and Howard 2229 locations are not within a connectivity area. All of the locations in this ODDP are within estimated occupied range. As a threatened species under the Endangered Species Act, and because proposed locations are within estimated occupied range high priority habitat, WaveTech requested technical assistance from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and completed consultation with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service responded to WaveTech's inquiry with the conclusion that the service has no concerns with the proposed project resulting in impacts to species listed as proposed, threatened, or endangered. The service identified several factors supporting their evaluation, including existing disturbance, including active agricultural practices at Hadachek 2111 and Hadachek 2123. They also cited the low habitat quality of actively grazed grasslands or rangeland associated with the Howard 2229 location. Colorado Parks and Wildlife cited existing disturbance associated with the active cultivated agricultural practices and proximity of several wind turbines near Hadachek 2123 in their support for a waiver of the alternative location analysis requirement for Hadachek 2111 and Hadachek 2123. Slide 15, please. Thank you. As described previously, the proposed locations do not overlap with any leks. Existing industrial facilities, particularly wind turbines, and land use practices in the form of cultivated crop production and livestock grazing degrade the suitability of habitats at these proposed locations for the lesser prairie chicken. As Kelsey described earlier, at the Howard 2229 location, WaveTech has agreed to muffle exhaust noise produced from pump jacks and compressors so as to not exceed 49 decibels when measured 30 feet from the source. Also at the Howard 2229 location, drilling operations will be conducted outside of the March 1st, July 15th period, which is typically the breeding season of the lesser prairie chicken. Can I have the slide 16, please? Thank you. At the request of the commission, WaveTech has prepared and submitted the first version of the Comprehensive Wildlife Mitigation Plan. This first version includes the Hadachek Howard OGDP. As WaveTech continues to develop and present new OGDPs to the commission, this plan will be updated. The Comprehensive Wildlife Mitigation Plan currently acts as a summary of all of the WaveTech wildlife mitigation plans and does not include any information that is unique or inconsistent with the site-specific mitigation plans that are submitted. Thank you.
CPW waived ALA for Hadachek Trust 2111 and Hadachek Trust 2123. WaveTech analyzed one alternative for the proposed Howard 2229 location, from which the targeted minerals can be accessed to assist CPW and ECMC in their review. The alternative location triggers the same criteria as the proposed location. There is no alternative location that can reach the proposed mineral development that is not located within the Lesser Prairie Chicken EOR. Next slide, please. Best management practices matching all the ones for our previous OGDPs will be used for these locations. Drilling of Howard 2229 location will take place outside of the Lesser Prairie Chicken breeding season of March 1st till July 15th per our COA, and Howard 2929 location production equipment will also be muffled per the condition of approval. Now I'll pass this presentation back to Kelsey.
Thank you, Igor. To summarize the Howard Hattachek Helium OGDP and WaveTech's request for approval, CPW waived ALA at 3 of the 4 locations due to the existing disturbance and ground use, the proximity to wind turbines, and the distance to the nearest mapped LEC. For the Howard 2229 location, again, WaveTech agrees to the COAs that are noted on this slide and recommended by CPW to protect the Lesser Prairie Chicken. No petitions or public comments were received on the Form 2As, and the director recommends approval of the OGDP. Next slide. This last slide shows the relief requested for the Howard Hattachek Helium OGDP. We respectfully request approval of the OGDP and associated Form 2As, and this does conclude our presentation. So we can take the PowerPoint down, and we have a team of subject matter experts if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Wasilinki, for the presentation and for gathering the subject matter experts before us with the panel. Commissioners, do you have questions of the panel? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. And again, thank you for your consultation with CPW and with the Fish and Wildlife Service. The Fish and Wildlife Service is generally the agency that regulates any wildlife that have been listed federally as threatened and or endangered, and I appreciate the mention of the Fish and Wildlife Service in the consultation here. I just had one question, well, kind of one question in 2 parts. You've pointed out COA number 1 on Howard 2229, the noise level muffling. And I just wanted to see if I could understand how you plan on monitoring that and for what duration will those noise levels be measured and monitored?
Well, if we have a production unit on location, it will have an engine to work the pump, and the noise from that will be muffled to be within the required limits.
Thank you, Mr. Gendelman. Yes, and I'm asking what method you'll use to measure that, and if it will be perpetual or is it a one spot measurement? Just kind of elaborate on that a little bit, if you would.
The muffling will be perpetual, and the level of noise will be measured whatever the standard is for that. I don't know at this point what that is.
Thank you. So from that, what I'm understanding is that you'll place decibel monitoring equipment on site in order to measure and set that standard. Is that?
No, the equipment will be there to see if the muffling works. It will not be, the equipment will not be measuring the noise level continuously. If the equipment comes, it measures the noise. If muffling works, then it works. And this can be checked on a regular basis to make sure it's still working.
Thank you. And maybe I'm missing the point there, Mr. Gendelman. I don't mean to be too persistent with you here, but are you saying that you are only installing engines that have been pre-manufactured to sustain that decibel level, or are you saying there will be some third party?
No, it will be standard engines from what I understand, but there is muffling equipment that's specially made for such purposes.
Okay, so my understanding is that you're saying that level will be built into the equipment that's used.
Correct. Well, into the muffling equipment, yeah.
Can I add some clarifying information? Commissioner Ackerman, thank you for the the question, and I think I understand what you are asking. There will not be continuous noise monitoring. However, once the engines are in place, WaveTech will have the noise tested for a duration to make sure that they are meeting those decibels. And once they're sure that they will meet those noise requirements, then the noise monitoring will no longer be needed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very helpful. And then will there be any, follow-up there, or would any denigration or of the noise levels then need to be kind of heard from an auditory inspection and then reported, or is there spotty testing of what those noise levels will be, since there's special noise levels associated with only that bad?
We do not have anything set in place. I think because this is one of the newer locations, we could request some information from CPW on an inspection schedule if they would like us to have one, to make sure that that noise is continuously at the levels that it needs to be. I believe WaveTech would be open to something like that, to have an inspection schedule in place.
Thank you. I appreciate that response, and thank you for your patience on those responses. My second part of that question is the same question, so you may have already answered it, but you also have a commitment there to not exceed agricultural operation noise limits on all the locations. The methods for achieving and monitoring that also, as you've described?
In that case, we've done sound studies, and with the equipment that WaveTech intends to use, those noise studies have shown that it will comply with those noise standards.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's all the questions I have. And just one editorial on that, Mr. Chair. I don't think I'm seeking an additional COA here. I think that it's a requirement to keep all equipment in good functioning condition. And therefore, if there's equipment that's installed and there's verification that it meets those noise levels as described in these two stipulations, I'm comfortable with it.
Very good. Thanks for the questions. Further questions from the commissioners to the panel? Moving into deliberations, does anyone desire to initiate deliberations and or make a motion? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have anything for deliberations beyond what we've talked about, and I'm happy to make a motion to approve this application with the COAs as discussed in the presentation.
Second, we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Wazelinski. And again, thanks to our excellent staff for the background work that is obvious yet not quite evident in all the work that goes on before these things, before they get to us. So thanks for that. Let's take an afternoon break before we take up our last matter. Let's return at 1:35, and then we'll take up the last OGDP on our agenda. Apologies for the delay. Welcome back. We are going to take up our next and final matter on our agenda. This is an OGDP docket 2312-00372, an oil and gas development plan. The applicant is GMT Exploration Company, and I believe we will hear from Ms. Jost and or Ms. Wazelinski once again.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair. This is Jamie Jost. I'm from Jost Energy Law, representing GMT. I believe we have some public comments and Arapahoe County as well before we speak.
Actually, you are right. I'm looking at my agenda, and we have public comment to start. We had, I think, 4 folks sign up for public comment. They're going to be entitled to 3 minutes each. And let's see, I've got Marsha Goldsmith Common, Ann Hussein, Richard Rosen, another person with the last name of Hussein, Bobby Mooney, and Randy Willard. I see Ms. Hussein. Are you with us? And would you like to start?
Yes, I would. And Marcia is driving in a car. Oh, there she is. So would you still like me to go first?
It's up to you and Marcia. Y'all pick.
Okay, well, I will go. Oh,
yeah,
Marcia.
right. Hi, I'm sorry. I'm in a car, so it's a little hard for me to see this, but because of the bright sun. But let me try. Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the ECMC today regarding the secret stash application before you. My name is Marcia Goldsmith Kamen, and I live in Arapahoe County. I'm asking the ECMC to pause the review of this application while conducting baseline studies to assure the public that drilling at the proposed location will not be harmful in any way to the community nearby the reservoir, the wildlife, or the environment. We have repeatedly raised concerns as to the proven negative effects on public health and well-being by fracking demonstrated through peer-reviewed studies. This mile of the state beaver pad that is part of Civitas's application. When considering cumulative impacts having so many wells nearby each other, the density of sources, cumulative impacts on the Lowry Ranch cap after factoring in this newly proposed well pad, does the ECMC believe that 186 wells, 50 miles of new pipeline, 200 miles of road, an estimated 1,800 diesel truck trips, and 3.2 billion gallons of water contaminated with chemicals is creating an environment that actually protects health, safety, and well-being for the Colorado residents nearby? The damages to the public health and the environment, if one or more of our concerns becomes a reality, have only been expanded due to this additional operator in the Lowry Ranch cap. It's our right as Colorado residents to live in a safe environment. By approving yet one more operator, you are not taking the mandate that was given to you by SB 181. Having been accused by the industry as being part of an activist group whose mission is to stop oil and gas development is simply not true. We did not apply for affected party status for the secret stash well pad, nor did we ever profess to have done so. Our petition on record as part of the secret stash e-file with 15 full pages of residents' names, addresses, and comments was sent to the ECMC to let you know there are many people who are opposed to having this well pad on the Lowry Ranch cap, so close to our home schools and reservoir. We are requesting the ECMC to hold GMT to the same rules, regulations, and standards set for Civitas at our Lowry Ranch cap hearing conclusion. We're not trying to, quote, stop oil and gas development. We're making every effort possible to ensure that the proposed oil and gas development nearby a densely populated community operates in the safest manner possible. Please take into consideration the voices of the people, imploring you to move this pad further away from those who call this place home. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking time this afternoon and providing public comment. Ms. Hussein?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I appreciate this opportunity to share my views on the proposed approval of the secret stash well pad. My name is Ann Hussein. I'm a registered nurse, and I live in Southeast Aurora, Arapahoe County. My home, my children's home, my grandchildren's home, and thousands of residents live as close as you can get to the proposed Lowry Ranch cap and some of its largest well pads. Today, I'll speak on water consumption, and toxic water removal. The combined water usage of surface and groundwater used to drill secret stash is 500 million gallons. 500 million gallons used. Lowry Ranch cap will use 3,080 million gallons of water. To the immediate north of this cap is the Box Elder cap, which will use another 3 billion gallons of water. This water consumption is in a county and a suburb and an area of Colorado that is struggling to figure out how they will provide enough water for their municipalities in 20-25 years. In addition to all of the potential harm that hundreds and hundreds of wells can create in a community, is this all worth it? It is time to slow down and halt massive drilling in one area in a community in this county. The other major issue is toxic produced fracking water. Secret Stash will not have a pipeline for produced water. Toxic water will be loaded onto trucks, travel across our roads and our open prairie land. This is going backwards with best management practices. And we have no figures, we have no documents stating how many hundreds of millions of gallons of produced water will leave this well pad to be buried in some other unsuspecting Colorado county. SB Bill 19181 has entrusted our regulators to consider the health and the environment of the people who live near the oil pads. We have only one Earth and we have only one Colorado. Is all the damage from rampant drilling worth all the damage it is causing? Lastly, the same rules should apply for all operators, big and small. Thank you. You're not next.
Thank you very much. Did your husband want to speak as well? Assuming that's who's behind you.
Yeah, I think he has, that's Sakawat Hussein. So I don't know if he's next in line or.
Let's go ahead and hear him since you guys are both visualized.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Commissioners. I am Sakawat Hussain, SAKHAWAT, and I am a retired physician. And also I had the honor and privilege of serving the people of Illinois as Human Rights Commissioner for 17 years. My comments will be today on the air quality and air pollution. The Petroleum Upstream Management Company has submitted a cumulative impact study on air quality of the assessment of potential public health effects from oil and gas operations in Colorado. This study was conducted in 2017 and showed all measured concentrations were below safe levels. Let me just point out to something else. In year 2017, the standards were very different. In 2024, the standards have been revised. The commonest threat that we see as a physician is the particles, the fine particle. As fine they are, they penetrate more. So to give you an example, COVID is 0.1 micron. The N95 mask filters 0.3, but COVID 0.1 does not travel alone. It piggybacks on our sneeze material and our cough material. So 0.3 will trap 0.1 because it's on bigger particle. The particulate matter of 2.5 micron diameter is so fine that when we breathe, it goes into our final destination of the lungs called alveoli, and it penetrates the red blood cells, which are 7.5 micron. So ultimately, 8 million people are dying worldwide because of air pollution. And then on top of that, there is cardiovascular disease and there is other diseases. So I urge you very strongly that you should ask for the standard for 2025 and demand it. What are these standards today? The second and final study on cumulative effect is titled as Complications of Benzene Measurement Near Well Pads in Colorado, a comparison to health guidance exposure. The study was conducted by CTEH, or Center for Toxicology and Environmental Health. Now, this is an in-house consultant of the oil and gas industry. I think you need some independent studies, not an in-house paid consultant to enhance their cause. The stated 4 air quality measures on this well pad will not capture the VOCs leaving the well pad. Monitor must also be placed off the well pad as high winds and high planes carry it far away. Now, again, when it comes to the biggest oil pad, sunlight long. The oil industry has manipulated and made it, instead of 5,000 feet from the Aurora Reservoir, to 3,000 feet by saying that there's a down gradient. A down gradient on the water doesn't matter, but the downstream on air matters to the extent that it can carry to hundreds of miles. I think you guys have to kind of make the difference, especially in the light of the Senate Bill 181, that the public health safety is extremely important. And there is so dense population here, the cumulative effect is going to cause a lot of damage to the pregnant ladies, elderly people, and children. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much for being with us and providing your public input. We appreciate it. We're looking for Richard Rosen, Bobby Mooney, or Randy Willard.
I'm here.
Mr. Willard, go ahead.
That's Mr. Rosen. Mr. Willard is here as well.
Yep, Mr. Willard, go ahead. We'll get for you first, and then we'll take Mr. Rosen.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And thank you again for hearing our comments today. As the Commission knows, the CDPHE uses a metric known as density of sources as a rubric for approval of virtually all of the OGDP applications, which gives me pause on their definition of density sources. Let's take the Lowry Cap area, for example. Currently, there are no wells in this area. If this and the other OGDPs are permitted, we will shortly have 32 at Sunlight Long, 32 on Beaver, and 20 on Secret Stash. So I suppose you could argue that by dividing by 0, the number we have today doesn't give you a result. But I would suggest some simple math shows that we have gone from no direct pollution sources to 84 within a mile of our homes, schools, and businesses. It should be noted that these wells will be within a mile of each other. Again, adding to the notion of density of sources, we must also consider the fact that drilling doesn't happen in a day. Best case, these 3 OGDPs take over 2 years to drill, complete, and go into production. But worst case, it could be 4 to 5 years that the residents are impacted by these operations. This doesn't even include what is happening to the air and water in the area during this time, in which nothing is seemingly measured because fracking is considered temporary by the agency. So I would suggest that before any of these are permitted, that the Commission and other agencies do a bit more homework and do some simple math. They will see the impact of Secret Stash does not stand alone and in fact adds to the impacts of the area considerably. I urge the Commission to stay or deny this application until the full impacts are truly known. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rosen?
Yes, could you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
My name is Richard Rosen. I'm a retired petroleum engineer with 40 years experience working all over the country and all over the globe. I am asking that ECMC suspend all permitting applications until such time as industry demonstrates it could operate safely without harm to people and the environment. Otherwise, the future of Arapahoe County will be much the same as elsewhere across the country where oil fields operate close to human culture. Air pollution that is poorly controlled will lead to respiratory disease and cancer clusters, including childhood leukemia, and even children to sacrifice their health to the benefit of low-cost operators, which generate billions in profits. Said another way, children's health and the environment are subsidizing the cost of oil and gas. This includes both legal and illegal dumping of toxic and radioactive waste, creating brownfield real estate for generations to come. Illegal dumping is a well-documented ongoing activity in many oil field operations, no matter how tight local and federal regulation. Colorado cannot even prevent illegal emissions from the Suncor refinery in Commerce City and has shown no ability to prevent leaks, emissions, and spills and accidents in Weld County alone, with operators incurring fines merely as the cost of doing business. There have also been over 3,000 such incidents in 2019, leading to groundwater aquifer contamination in 80 instances. Although much has been improved in on-the-books revisions in the 2019 well integrity rules, violations have still resulting in meaningless fines without suspension of operating permits. Operating bankruptcy still allows operator to evade accountability, and even in today's early agenda, Four Corners, a satisfactory resolution is likely out of grasp. Suggest during this pause permitting you recommend to the state legislature a process to amend the well integrity rules to establish a vetting process by experienced industry safety and engineering professionals to both better enforce provisions and increase requirements along these themes. For instance, instead of merely asking operators to conduct well integrity tests, actually tell them how you would like that done and what are the reporting requirements. Instead of merely asking operators to inform them of the casing design, specify what types of casing are allowed and how many strings are used to protect the aquifer. These should include the use of casing centralizers to improve cement coverage over critical water zones. Ban used casing which might have thin wall thickness, which is more susceptible to leaks and may be contaminated with radioactive scale. Define fate and transport of toxic and radioactive waste, which should go beyond federal limitations to the Benston and Beeville Acts circa 1970s. Challenge these exemptions in court as we now have overwhelming evidence of harm that we didn't have 50 years ago. This includes protection of workers in treatment and disposal for norm and oil and toxic soap drill cuttings and radioactive scale in recovered off-field tubulars. Make mandatory containment systems around frac site, well pads, and handling facilities, such as the use of solid floors such as concrete or asphalt instead of gravel and dirt. Eliminate air pollution with the use of improved scrubbers and combustion enhancement. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the public comment. The only other person that we had signed up was Bobby Mooney. Do we have him available?
I don't currently see Bobby Mooney in the chat, but I do see a couple people raising their hands, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you want to elevate them.
Why don't you go ahead and elevate them? Let's see what's going on.
Just elevated Jason Ephraim.
Hi, Commissioners. If you'll accept it, I'd just like to make a public comment. I apologize. I thought I'd signed up, but we had a couple of GDPs applied, and it's possible I had made a mistake, but I'll leave that to you.
Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the time to make a comment. I appreciate you allow me to kind of jump in. But my name is Jason Ephraim. I live in South Shore community in Arapahoe. With several other people that made comments, I'm also directly affected by this OGDP application, as it'd be within a mile of my community, my daughter's school. And, I wanted to bring one point of attention that in the Lowry Ranch CAP, kind of the one concession that the local community got was electrification. There was also mention specifically with State Sunlight Long, which we'll be dealing with later, about alternative siting location, which is kind of glazed over in the actual motion as I understood it. But the electrification, was put in for a reason. It was put in to protect the community, to reduce pollution, noise, and that end to any other OGDPs within the CAP boundary, regardless of when the applications were filed or anything like that. It's just common sense. If the rule makes sense for protective purposes, then it should backdate and it should apply to all people. And in the OGDP, and indeed with some of the other OGDPs we've come through, like Planta and State Sunlight Long, we've seen no mention of this, only an extension of timetable, which kind of implies. So I would urge you and implore you to not only require this as a part of this pad, but to also ensure that for an OGDP application to be complete, it needs to include timetables, construction, agreements with the actual electricity provider, and things like that, so we can ensure those protections will actually be a part of it. The other part is, in the CAP application hearing, it was brought up there's a difference between just kind of checking the boxes and just doing what's basically required, submitting the correct applications, getting the right reviews and approvals from other groups, and an effort to be protective, and that the CAP needed to extend beyond that. And I really appreciated that, because laws are not always going to cover every single facet. There's sometimes things that come up or especially, we're trying to look at these as, this is our home. It is special. There are special considerations. Mr. Ackerman, I know you brought up lots of times about wildlife, that can be unique to an area. And so I would urge you, from the CAP application is brought under that, a lot of this was pushed off to the OGDP review phase. We'll look at that well pad when it comes through. We'll look at it with a magnifying glass. And I'm honestly not seeing that here. I'm seeing a lot of checking the boxes and just, did they submit at the right time with the right forms, the right surveys, and using the same studies and same witnesses and same law firms to push it through. And I'd just like to, echo the community. What we heard in that CAP application process was we could expect that you would expect them to go further and that you'd be holding them to kind of maybe a tighter fire than maybe some of the other OGDPs just in terms of protective measures. And so I'd like to ask you to please hold true to that. And I thank you very much for your time today.
All right. Thank you very much for the public comment. Mr. Thomas, do we have anybody else with public comment?
We do not, that we can find at the moment.
Okay. That sounds good. We then would turn to, I think, a representative from Arapahoe County.
Good afternoon,
Hello.
Commissioners. I'm Ava Pahajevsky with Arapahoe County. I'm the Development Review Manager in the Planning Division in the Public Works Department in Arapahoe County. To speak on this matter. So GMT submitted what's called an administrative use by special review application with the county, which is our protocol for oil and gas operations. And they submitted in June 2024 for the secret stash. It's currently in its third review in our system at the county. We have not given it final approval yet. However, it appears to meet our code standards for our oil and gas facilities. The site is more than 3,000 feet from the nearest residential building unit, which is one of our standards. The site is also more than 1,000 feet away from the nearest riparian habitat, which is also a standard of ours. In their materials, they're not requesting any waivers from any of our standards. So we have that, and they've submitted all of the required documents and reports that are necessary to verify compliance with our standards. For example, they have an emergency response plan. They have obviously a traffic study, an odor plan, a noise plan, an air quality mitigation plan, a water mitigation plan. So they have submitted all of the required documents. It appears that they meet our standards. Again, it's currently in our, they submitted, I think a couple weeks ago. So it's in our review queue, and our team is reviewing it at the moment. And, we should have this completed hopefully by the end of the month. But it hasn't been given, it has to be given final approval from our director, and it has not gone to that point yet. And I'm happy to answer any other questions for the county.
Great. Thank you very much. Under SB 19181 and our dual authority, when a local government regulates the siting and surface use of an oil and gas location, that's an independent process from the process that we do. So both have to be complied with. Does Arapahoe County have any concern with the commission taking this matter up today ahead of its pending potential review and final approval?
We don't. As I mentioned, it's so far that we've looked at on the plans, it seems to have all of the documentation and appears to meet our standards. So we didn't have any specific comments today to present to the commission for your consideration.
Okay. Appreciate that. Any further questions of the witness? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you pronounce your last name for me again?
Pahajevsky.
Pahajevsky. Ms. Pahajevsky, I appreciate you being here. Appreciate Arapahoe County being here. It's really important in our process that we hear the local government's perspective. And so certainly appreciate you being here. I do have just a couple of questions about your process, because I haven't had an opportunity, I don't think, to have Arapahoe County in front of us before. And so one question I had is do you have considerations in your oil and gas review around oil takeaway or gas takeaway or pipelines or anything like that? Is that part of your consideration?
We do permit pipelines. We do not permit injection wells.
Okay.
So the the water has to be removed from the site. And so, that's all discussed in the traffic study where those trucks, the haul routes will be. and so on. For this particular one, I believe they're going through County Line Road. I'd have to take a look at the study, but I believe it was close enough to County Line that it was better to go through there than through Quincy up north.
Okay. And I guess my question was, do you require pipelines, or is trucking of fluids?
It's not specific, but it is recommended and preferred. Yes. Than trucking. Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And do you have certain regulations around number of occupations? Do you require it all the wells to be drilled at one time, or is there an allowance to drill wells at different times? Or is there an expiration to your permit? I guess is one way to look at it.
Good question. We don't have a requirement that they all have to be at the same time. But it does need to, in order to, they have to get building permits, right? And so, there's a certain window of time. It's like 6 months between final approval of a site plan and then obtaining the building permit. As long as the building permit stays alive, and they can ask for extensions, if they need more time to construct and so on. But that's generally our process. Is it goes from the planning review to the building permit. There is a shelf life. They've got to get the building permit within a certain amount of time, or they can also ask for an extension to get that building permit released. But that's no, we don't have any requirements that they all have to be drilled simultaneously.
Okay. Thanks for that. And then is it your understanding, and I understand it's under review, so if you can't answer that, it's okay. But is it your understanding that the fluid takeaway will be done by truck or by pipeline for this application?
It's my understanding it'll be by truck.
Okay. Thank you for that. I don't have any other questions. Again, appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Great. Thank you very much. All right. We will return back to the applicant. And I think the next step is to swear in their witnesses.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Ms. Mercer, we should have, if I could have everyone from GMT come on screen, please. We should have 5 witnesses that you'll be swearing in.
Great. Thank you. I see 5. So good afternoon, folks. I will just go one at a time and ask you each to raise your right hand, state your name, and that you swear to tell the truth. And Ms. Gross, I know we did this earlier, but since you're representing a different operator, we'll have you do it over again.
My name is Andrea Gross, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Blair? You're on mute.
It's on video, not audio. My name is Maxwell Blair, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. I just see the name is Sarah.
My name is Sarah Hager, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Schuster?
My name is Hans Schuster, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Jones.
My name is Alex Jones, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
All right, we've got everybody sworn in. Ms. Jost, do you want to share a PowerPoint and get started?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair.
And obviously, if you could have your witnesses address points made by the public and or Arapahoe County, that would be helpful.
Absolutely. Will do. Thank you. And we are prepared to do that. Okay, Chair, just for logistics, can you see my screen okay?
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jamie Jost of Jost Energy Law, and along with Kelsey Wazelinki, we represent GMT Exploration in the Secret Stash 5-65 35 OGDP before you today and docket number 2312-00372. We would like to thank the ECMC staff and director for their efforts on this OGDP, as well as Arapahoe County for her comments today and their continuing efforts to progress GMT's local permit to administrative approval. I'd like to take just a few minutes to summarize the Secret Stash OGDP and the requested relief before I turn it over to Mr. Max Blair, Regulatory Manager of GMT, and Ms. Andrea Gross, owner of Upstream Petroleum Management. The secret stash OGDP was filed on February 20th, 2024, and the OGDP requests that this commission establish an approximate 2,731 acre drilling and spacing unit for up to 20 horizontal wells for the development and operation of the Niobrara Formation from one new surface location adjacent to the proposed unit, and to approve the approximate 2,747 acre secret stash OGDP. Just a note, the difference in the acreage size is that the OGDP does include the acreage for the pad, which is outside of the proposed DSU, and also to approve the Form 2A for the secret stash 5-6535 pad. In case you're wondering, the secret stash OGDP name is also the name of a delicious secret stash pizza place in Crested Butte, Colorado. The secret stash OGDP is located within Arapahoe County as the relevant local government. As you heard, the secret stash pad is awaiting final local approval. However, the location is in compliance with the 2023 Arapahoe County regulations, and GMT is confident that such final approval is forthcoming in the near future. This commission can approve this OGDP without the final local government disposition pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute 3460-116B1 and ECMC Rules 302B4 and C4. The City of Aurora and Elbert County are the proximate local governments, and they did not provide any comments or concerns on the secret stash OGDP. The OGDP does not trigger any Rule 304 ALA criteria and should be viewed as the type of location preferred by this commission. The CDPHE EnviroScreen score for the secret stash location is 14.69, one of the lowest scores this commission has seen in any OGDP before it. The proposed location is over 2,000 feet from residential building units, high occupancy building units, schools and school facilities, and childcare centers. It is not within any high priority habitat. It is not within a disproportionately impacted community, and it's outside of the 3,000-foot Arapahoe County 2023 setbacks. In fact, the nearest RBU is over 3,100 feet away from the location. We did hear public comment today from several South Shore neighborhood members and also members of STAR, Save the Aurora Reservoir. Just to note the locations of the secret stash location, it's over 7,000 feet from the Blackstone neighborhood and over 8,000 feet from the North Shore neighborhood. Also, the Aurora Reservoir is over 2.1 miles away from the secret stash location. The proposed secret stash site is within the approved Lowry Ranch cap, but only by 2,200 feet, and the entirety of the mineral development is outside of the cap. The cap order does not govern GMT's proposed development at the location or the 2,731 acres of minerals to be developed in Elbert County and Douglas County. GMT and Civitas have been in close communication regarding the proposed development. The secret stash location was acknowledged during the Lowry Ranch cap process, and Civitas submitted a letter in support for the secret stash OGDP early in GMT's permitting process. As part of the secret stash OGDP, GMT has committed to multiple BMPs to avoid, minimize, and mitigate potential impacts, which GMT will describe in detail today. The various BMPs applied to the secret stash location serve to address many of the comments provided by the commenters today, as well as the written comments, as they provide significant protection to the surrounding areas. In fact, GMT obtained a director's recommendation for approval for the secret stash OGDP, which expressly states that staff supports the BMPs found on the Form 2A and agreed to by GMT and CDPHE, and that the director has obtained and fully reviewed all required and supplemental information necessary to evaluate the OGDP's proposed operations and potential impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. This review is also a detailed review of GMT's Form 2B, as well as the cumulative impacts plan submitted with the secret stash OGDP application. GMT has complied with all notice requirements for the secret stash OGDP. No formal petitions were filed under Rule 507, and the public comments submitted in the Form 2A came in after the formal public comment period had terminated, and these were addressed via a specific separate response provided to both the ECMC and Save the Aurora Reservoir. With that, I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Max Blair, Regulatory Manager for GMT, to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Jamie. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Max Blair, the Regulatory Manager for GMT Exploration. Thank you so much for your time today. We also appreciate the public comment that we received at the start of this hearing. I, along with Andrea Gross from Upstream Petroleum, appreciate the opportunity to present. We'll present a variety of topics on the Secret Stash OGDP, and we seek your approval of the application today. GMT has greatly appreciated working with the ECMC staff and with Arapahoe County on this OGDP. It's been a bit of a road. We'll share the timeline with you on the next few slides. And we look forward to continued collaboration as our development progresses. Next slide, please. As a way of introduction, I'd like to talk a bit about GMT Exploration. We're a privately held independent oil and natural gas company. We operate in the DJ Basin in Arapahoe and Elbert counties and City of Aurora as well. As of this hearing, GMT operates 14 horizontal wells. All of those are located in Elbert County to the south of this site. And we have one vertical well in Arapahoe County. And we look forward to developing this secret stash. Next slide, please. Talk a little bit about our permitting timeline here. We're eager to start development on the secret stash location. We engaged in several pre-application discussions with Arapahoe County prior to filing our OGDP with the ECMC on February 20th of 2024. And the required 7-day completeness notice letter and notice of hearing were mailed out by our council. We received a director's recommendation for approval on July 29th of 2024. The OGDP received 0 public comments within the 30-day public comment period, and there were no Rule 507 petitions filed on the project. GMT did receive a public comment from Save the Aurora Reservoir on August 18th of 2024, and GMT provided a detailed response to those comments regarding the Secret Stash project, and that was provided to ECMC through the e-filing system. So hopefully you have that in your material. Thank you for the next slide. So let's look at the location. It's located in Section 35 of Township 5 South, Range 65 West in Arapahoe County. It's about 2,200 feet from the edge of the drilling and spacing unit, which is all located to the south of the surface location. The OGDP will be used to develop 20 horizontal wells in the Niobrara Formation. The secret stash location did not meet any Rule 304(b)(2) criteria. There are no residential building units within 2,000 feet. The closest residence is over 3,100 feet away, and it is not in high priority habitat or a disproportionately impacted community. I'll also mention that the GMT has secured a surface use agreement with the landowner. In this case, it's this Colorado State Land Board. The land is currently zoned agricultural by Arapahoe County and currently being used for grazing and oil and gas development. Next slide, please. So I'll mention that as was already discussed, the location is located within the Lowry Ranch cap boundary. It's about 2,200 feet inside that cap boundary. Civitas supports this location proposed by GMT, and the location was referenced as part of the approved Lowry Ranch cap application. We provided a copy of the letter of support in our materials to the commission. GMT also secured a formal vote of approval from the Colorado State Land Board at their board meeting on January 11th, 2023. For this location, the vote to approve the SUA was unanimous by the board. All the mineral development for Secret Stash OGDP is outside of the Lowry Ranch cap boundaries. The minerals we're developing are in Douglas and Elbert counties, as you can see on the map. Next slide, please. So we'll talk a little bit about our county engagement here. We had our first formal meeting with the county in March of 2023. That's almost a year prior to filing the OGDP with ECMC. In general, the county permitting process includes multiple rounds of review by staff and outside agency referrals that the county staff handles. And you've heard from Ava from Arapahoe County a bit on that process. We submitted phase 1 to the county on June 4th, 2024. We delayed our submittal to the county by quite some time, as you can see from our first consultation. That was in part due to requests by the county of GMT to delay, to give the county time to review and revise their oil and gas rules, which they've done, they've since completed. GMT held a neighborhood meeting on March 12th of 2024. We invited almost 300 people using the Arapahoe County notification radius of 1.5 miles. We had 6 attendees at that meeting. We did not hear any opposition expressed by the attendees at the meeting. I will also mention that the GMT and our subsidiary Tenderfoot Pipeline has applied for and secured a conditional approval from Arapahoe County for a pipeline associated with this project. That hearing was held on July 3rd, 2024, in front of the Board of County Commissioners. There was also a Planning Commission hearing prior to that. The pipeline was conditionally approved on the final approval of this well pad. I believe there were some questions during public comment regarding pipeline takeaway. The initial plan is to construct a natural gas pipeline to the secret stash, but the permit approval and the land rights secured from the State Land Board do include multiple line rights, and future fluid oil pipeline is planned, but not expected to be implemented at the start of development. So moving on in the well pad permitting process at the county, we submitted phase 2 on September 9th. County provided comments on November 25th of 2024, and GMT resubmitted the third set of applications, third phase of the application, back to the county on December 8th, 2024. And as you heard from Ava, we are hopeful to see an approval shortly. We believe it meets all of the county's siting requirements, including a 3,000-foot setback from any residential building unit. And I believe we provided a full copy of the letter from the county dated November 1st, describing the process and the status of the permit. And I will just say for the record, GMT acknowledges that a permit is required from both ECMC and Arapahoe County for this development, and we have no intention of starting work on the ground until both permits are fully approved. Next slide, please. So we'll talk a little bit about timing and phases of operation. If we receive approval today from ECMC for the OGDP, we'll get to work on our corresponding Form 2 applications to ECMC. We would like to commence construction on this pad site as early as the first quarter of 2025. We would construct permanent production facilities once the pad is ready for those facilities to be built. Once the Form 2s are approved by ECMC, we could begin drilling operations as early as the first quarter of 2025 and completions as well. Of course, this construction schedule, development schedule, is all contingent on final permit approval. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Gross to discuss in a little more detail GMT's cumulative impact analysis and the BMPs we've committed to for this project.
Thank you, Max. Good afternoon, commissioners. This slide that you're looking at right now shows the avoidance, minimization, and mitigation hierarchy analysis that GMT has taken as part of the secret stash development on air, public health, welfare, and the environment and wildlife resources, which we addressed in our robust BMPs for this location. GMT takes great care in siting locations using avoidance measures when possible. For the secret stash location, GMT was able to site the location greater than 2,000 feet from any RBU, HOBU, school facility, and child care facility, as well as the 3,000-foot setback to comply with the Arapahoe County regulations to residential building units. They were also able to site the location outside of a DI community, any high priority habitat, as well as a public water system and designated outside activity area. When impacts are not able to be avoided altogether, GMT will minimize or mitigate the impact through best management practices. Some of these measures are the following. They will use a Tier 4 completions fleet. They will ensure gas pipeline takeaway prior to production. Production facilities will be electrified. They intend to use Group 3 drilling muds. They will use an MLVT to reduce truck traffic, as well as a lay-flat freshwater pipeline for completions. They will install 32-foot sound walls on the south perimeter and also have continuous noise monitoring, as well as an air monitoring program. PVT alarms, automation, and other sensory devices will be used to monitor tank levels. The haul route was specifically chosen to use routes to the east, away from residential communities. Lighting will be activated by a motion sensor during production and will be off as default to mitigate any light off the pad. AVO inspections and formal weekly inspections during all phases of activities will happen. Next slide, please, Ms. Jones. Thank you. GMT consulted with CDPHE on July 8th of 2024. They agreed to 30 out of the 41 CDPHE requested BMPs, 3 of which were not applicable. Specifically, in addition to the BMPs I've already discussed in the previous slide, I'd like to go through a couple of the important ones that they agreed to. GMT will use a Tier 4 or equivalent engines, such as natural gas Tier 2 with battery assist for drilling. I would like to note that GMT intends to use Tier 4 engines if available. However, over the time since this OGDP has been pending, the availability for Tier 4 rigs has significantly reduced, and GMT may be assigned a Tier 2 dual fuel rig with natural gas being the primary fuel. GMT also intends to use Tier 4 or equivalent engines, such as the natural gas Tier 2 with battery assist for hydraulic fracturing, as well as non-road construction equipment. The operator will use a variety of ozone mitigation tactics on forecasted high ozone days, which you can see on this slide right here. In addition, GMT will not use fracturing fluids which contain PFAS compounds. They will also contribute to nearby fire districts to support transition away from PFAS-containing foam, as well as coordinate with the nearby fire districts to evaluate whether pure PFAS-free foam can provide the required performance for any specific hazard. As you can see, these show the vast and robust BMPs that GMT has committed to avoid, as well as minimize and mitigate potential adverse impacts. And with that, I'd like to return it back to Ms. Jost.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Gross. Now I'd like to take a few minutes to describe the sworn testimony submitted in support of the OGDP and the spacing application. The spacing application submitted with the secret stash OGDP is seeking the establishment of a 2,731-acre drilling and spacing unit for up to 20 wells for the development and operation of the Niobrara Formation in Elbert and Douglas counties. Again, the drilling and spacing unit is outside of the Lowry Ranch cap, and as you can see on this exhibit, GMT does hold the majority leasehold interest in the unit. GMT also submitted detailed geologic testimony and exhibits in support of this application. The geology exhibits show that the Niobrara Formation is present and continuous throughout the application lands, and that it is both a hydrocarbon source rock as well as a hydrocarbon-bearing reservoir. And then finally, with respect to the engineering testimony, GMT submitted substantial 505 testimony in support of the application. And this testimony showed that this area, the 2,731-acre drilling and spacing unit, is sufficient to be effectively and economically drained by 20 horizontal wells to the Niobrara Formation, and that the average drainage radius will not extend beyond the requested 600-foot subsurface setbacks, thus preventing waste and protecting correlative rights while remaining economical for drilling. So to summarize the secret stash OGDP and GMT's request for approval, we note a few OGDP highlights. Again, no Rule 507 petitions were filed, and there are no affected persons in this instance. There were no public comments submitted on the 2A during the public comment period, and GMT has expressly and specifically addressed the STAR comments submitted in August of 2024 with a detailed 9-page response to those comments. The secret stash OGDP does provide substantial protections of public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources in this area. And the best management practices proposed on the Form 2A, as addressed by Ms. Gross, will avoid, minimize, and mitigate potential cumulative impacts. And finally, the director's recommendation does recommend approval of the OGDP and concludes that staff did not anticipate any significant potential direct adverse impacts as a result of this development. This slide shows the specific requested relief for this OGDP, and we respectfully request your approval of the secret stash OGDP, the associated drilling and spacing unit, and the Form 2A in front of you today. We're very grateful for the time this afternoon, and thank you for the consideration of the requested relief in this application. And with that, Chair, I would like to ask all of our subject matter expert panelists to come on video, and we are available for any questions that you or the commissioners may have.
All right, thank you very much. Just for the record, I would note with regard to public comment that we had a public commenter at the beginning of the day today. I think it was Rachel Lehman, who did speak to this application, and just wanted to kind of correlate that into the record on this since it came about earlier in the day. Ms. Jost, are you comfortable with that clarification?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Okay. All right, the panel is available for questions. Commissioner Messmer?
Thanks for the presentation. I've got a few different questions. I'm trying to better understand the application here because the application is a little bit confusing as I've read it. So we've got 20 wells that are being proposed in the application. There's multiple occupations that are being contemplated, I think. It's not clear how many wells are drilled at what occupation or in what occupations and why the different occupations. And it doesn't seem to line up with the timelines that are in the application. And then I'm unsure about, because of the multiple applications, and maybe there's pipeline at some point, and maybe there's not pipeline at some point, and there's trucking at some point, whether any of this actually comports with the information that's in the Form 2B. So I guess maybe let's start with the number of occupations.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Messner. Mr. Schuster or Mr. Blair, would you like to address this, starting with the number of occupations?
Yes, thank you, Jamie, and thank you for your question, Commissioner Messner. I'll try to address it as best I can. Certainly, if I haven't done so, please let me know. But GMT does plan for more than one drilling occupation on this site. A thumbnail sketch of our plan would be that we intend to secure the required permits, construct the well pad, construct a facility to support development, and drill at least 2 wells initially on the pad site to essentially answer some questions about ultimate reservoir performance and the viability of the site to prove essentially the development potential here. And GMT intends to look at the data collected from that initial development carefully and then make a decision about future drilling and development to occur after that time period. It is our hope and our intent to construct the necessary infrastructure for a larger development down the road. We do, as I mentioned, have rights for a natural gas pipeline, intend to build that for the initial rig occupation, and rights for an oil pipeline to be built if subsequent occupations and development occurs. But at this stage, our plan is to drill a limited number of wells, not the full 20 with the first rig occupation, and then develop further in the future.
Okay, well, let me better understand the reasoning for this, because I mean there's a number of wells in this area, so the reservoir and the production's got to be pretty well known. And so is this really a reservoir characterization or better understanding the reservoir, or is this a financial decision to drill a limited number of wells to begin with and then continue on with additional wells? Because I'm really trying to understand the overall picture here, because your application is asking for 20 wells. Right now, there's no commitment to pipeline. And so the only thing I can assume is that you're planning on trucking oil from 20 wells. And if that's the case, then the numbers that you've provided in your cumulative impacts plan and your Form 2B and in a lot of other things, not knowing what your traffic study says with Arapahoe County, they're not tying together. And so I'm not sure we have a complete application until I fully understand what the development proposal is.
Sure. I try to clarify further, but so one, I'll make clear we do have plans for a natural gas pipeline to be constructed commensurate with the first occupation and pad and facilities. So all natural gas will be piped from the site from day one. Whether or not there is a question about the reservoir viability, and whether that's separate from an economic decision, I don't think those two things can be separated. There's no doubt that the Niobrara Formation contains oil and it's been developed commercially in the area, but there are not very many horizontal wells within close proximity to this site. I think we had a slide up earlier that showed the closest east-west horizontal well to the north is approximately 3 miles away. So there is variation in the Niobrara Formation in this area, and there is a wide range of reservoir performance data in the Niobrara Formation in this area. And the economics of this project, to be quite honest, will be determined by the results of our initial development activity.
Okay, so understanding that, and that understanding you're going to do at least 2 occupations, it's not clear to me whether there's additional occupations after that. When you developed your cumulative impacts report and you provided the data as required in the application on the Form 2B, was that based on 2 wells? Was it based on 20 wells? Was it based on trucking all fluids? Was it based on piping fluids?
I'm gonna defer to Andrea Gross on a few of those questions, and we might ask you to break them down one at a time. I can tell you, with regard to trucking, the Arapahoe County process has a component that includes evaluating truck traffic and impacts. We have commissioned and submitted a traffic impact study as part of the local permit process. Those traffic numbers have been reviewed by the county. No concerns have been raised. The traffic engineer's conclusions were that the road network and the haul route we plan to use are capable of supporting the expected number of truck trips to be generated. The way those traffic studies are performed, Commissioner, generally rely on sort of a peak rate of traffic, which doesn't change from one occupation to the next. So there may be periods of higher traffic or lower traffic depending on the phase of operation, but the total traffic counts on a daily basis aren't affected by one, two, or more rig occupations. The haul route, as I mentioned, we plan to use. It is also utilizing roads that are maintained by Elbert County to the south. GMT has a very good working relationship with Elbert County. We have a road maintenance agreement in place with them as well that already covers this road network. This road network has supported oil and gas traffic from other developments in the area without any incident. There have been some minor damage incidents on the roadway that occur over time. GMT has worked with the county to make repairs in a timely manner and ensure the road network is safe throughout the whole process. So that's what I can say on traffic. With regard to the Form 2B data, I think I would ask Andrea Gross to chime in on some of those details.
Yeah. Thank you, Max, and thank you, Commissioner Mesner, for that question. I would like to clarify that, and I have the Form 2B pulled up right now if you'd like to look at it. I can share my screen. We did this data. There is a comment on the Form 2B that says that the data entered is for the first occupation, and it is for up to 12 wells. I will say we've since had a very insightful conversation with Sabrina Trask on entering data in for a full development scenario. So the data that you're saying on the Form 2B itself is for one occupation up to 12 wells with no oil pipeline. However, we did also attach a document to the Form 2B that shows the air numbers for a full 20 wells. So as you're saying, the truck trips, they are for one occupation for up to 12 wells. It does not contain truck trips for another occupation. However, we did it about 12 wells initially, up to 12 wells initially, and then for the subsequent occupation would have oil takeaway.
Okay, well, and let me ask some specific questions then, because without I guess I didn't know that there was different Form 2Bs that were submitted, so I want to make sure first of all that I have the right Form 2B that I'm looking at, which came off the website. But this one is indicating that there's going to be let me just pull it up here 1 second. So during production, it looks like it's averaging like 2 truck trips a day. And that's for all fluid takeaway on the Form 2B. And so 2 truck trips a day for oil and produced water for 12 wells doesn't seem right to me.
I understand your concern. I will just say that these are our best estimates, our best guess, not guesses, our estimates, in which we also utilized a very well-known a consultant that does trucking. It is up to 12 wells. Between 2 and 12 is what GMT is anticipating. It will probably be closer to between 2 to 6 wells that first occupation. So I believe the truck trips were for not 12, but up to 6. My apologies. I should have been more clear at the beginning. The air numbers are for 12. The truck trips and diesel road miles are for 2 to 6 wells in that first occupation without a pipeline.
Okay. Well, that seems, it doesn't seem correct, right? I mean, we need accurate information in the Form 2B. And if we've got 20 wells that are being applied for, 12 wells that are being contemplated in the emissions profile, 2 to 6 wells being contemplated in the truck trips actually are associated with the emissions. So this is where I'm getting confused. there's not a clear application, and so that's why I'm wondering whether we have a complete application here or not in order to be able to evaluate what's happening here. But at the same time, I'm working here to try to get clarity so that we can get to like what's accurate and what's not accurate in what's being presented here. Because it is important that this is accurate information that's being provided here. The other question I have is that, so with the vehicle miles traveled then, so during production, we're contemplating 14,640 vehicle miles traveled. Is that for 2 to 6 wells? Is that for 12 wells, or is that for 20 wells?
It is not for the full 20. It is 2 to 6 wells.
Okay.
Yes.
And if I may add, Commissioner Messer, I appreciate the questions here, and just want to emphasize that in the ECMC process, we wanted to ensure that we showed the full potential development for this site. That's why the application includes 20 wells. There is no guarantee that all 20 will be developed by GMT. There's a number of factors, time and economics, infrastructure availability, and ultimately the regulations in the state may all affect those plans long term. 20 is the maximum potential. We wanted to show that in the interest of full disclosure for this development. As Ms. Gross and I have tried to describe, we hope to develop this site in phases, and we intend to bring more infrastructure to the site to minimize and mitigate the impacts of development over time. So the Form 2B is not infinitely flexible. We completed it based on guidance provided by the agency and the requirements we need to meet in completing that data, but it doesn't necessarily tell the whole story. That's why there was a supplemental piece of information included with the submittal to try and clarify that further. But as Ms. Gross has described, our first occupation, we intend to drill a number of wells. 2 to 6 is a good range. That would be done without an oil pipeline in place. And when we return to drill additional wells, if that proves to be a good economic decision, then we also intend to have an oil pipeline in place to support it. That would change trucking numbers, that would change emissions numbers. But again, the Form 2B doesn't have infinite flexibility to describe all of that potential.
Yeah, but the cumulative impacts plan does. And I didn't see any of that discussed in the cumulative impact plan as required by Rule 304C19, I think. And so this is where I'm trying to get the full picture of what's being proposed here and how the cumulative impacts as required, even under the rule series that this application was applied under, is evaluating that, because multiple occupations also means additional truck trips, which means additional emissions, which means additional potential impacts. And that's fine. I mean, you can propose that. It just needs to be clear in the application so that it is understood, it's contemplated, and it's evaluated both by the ECMC staff, by CDPHE, and by the commissioners themselves. And so this is where I'm struggling with this application, is it's not clear what's being proposed. It's not clear that that actually was evaluated or contemplated, and the numbers seem to be all over the place. And so that's why I'm trying to get clarity here. But that's what the cumulative impacts plan is for, is to provide, quantitative and qualitative evaluation of what's being proposed and, how you're applying the mitigation hierarchy to that. But in order for that to occur, there has to be a clear understanding of what's being proposed. And so that's where I'm struggling with this a little bit.
Yeah, again, I appreciate the comments of, I believe the materials reviewed by staff ultimately led to a director's recommendation to approve. I don't believe these questions were raised through that process, although we did have quite a bit of back and forth exchange with staff, which we always do, and we appreciate that. I hope our testimony today has helped clarify for you the intent and the approach to development. I believe that the numbers provided on the Form 2B are accurate given the kind of requirements that we have to meet on how we enter that data and how we describe it. So I'm not quite sure what more to say on that subject.
So let me ask another question then, so I also am able to better understand your application. So in the CDPHE recommendation or consultation and recommended BMPs that you've testified that you've committed to, it indicates that the drilling rigs would be Tier 4 natural gas with battery assist, Tier 4 equivalent, which would be natural gas with battery assist. In your testimony today, you indicated that you wanted to use a dual fuel. It wasn't clear that you were, because it specifically says in the CDPHE recommendation that dual fuel is not considered a Tier 4 equivalent. And so are you not committing to the Tier 4 equivalent natural gas with battery assist and now proposing dual fuel? Just help me understand what you're committing to, I guess.
Ms. Gross, can you address this as part of your testimony since you've already talked about it? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mesner. At the time that we did our CDPHE consultation, it was intended to use the Tier 4 or equivalent, like you said, which would be battery assist. Since the CDPHE consultation, those rigs, the availability in the basin has drastically reduced. And we discussed this at length right as we were doing this PowerPoint, and we wanted to be transparent in at this time, GMT is somewhat concerned that a rig like that will not be available, and they would like to keep to their intended schedule. So they would like to be able to be given the option of a Tier 2 with natural gas being the primary fuel as an option. They fully intend to try for the Tier 4 or equivalent, but they would like that option.
So my understanding is that's different than the CDPHE recommendation then, which would be natural gas with battery assist is the Tier 4 equivalent. And if you're not proposing the battery assist, I think that's different than the CDPHE recommendation. So I'm just trying to understand what's being committed to and what's not being committed to, because what you're saying here is different than what's in the CDPHE recommendations.
Commissioner Messner, if I could jump in here too. So, I mean, what I'm hearing and what has been presented in this testimony is that the CDPHE recommendation is the Tier 4 with natural gas battery backup. And GMT has still kept that commitment if that rig is available. But in an effort to have full transparency, they're saying now to this commission, it might be Tier 2 with natural gas as the primary fuel based upon the rig available. So they're not undoing anything they committed to CDPHE with. They're just saying that there is the possibility that they may not get the rig that CDPHE wanted them to do so. And in order to not miss the opportunity to develop outside of the ozone season, that's why we're being very transparent with you today.
No, I understand that. And maybe this is a matter of semantics. So the CDPHE recommendation says Tier 4 equivalent, right? So I'm hearing you testify that Tier 4 rigs aren't available. And so I understand that. And so the equivalent then is natural gas with battery assist. What I'm hearing you say is that you're just proposing natural gas. So you're eliminating the battery assist. My understanding is that dual fuel, even with the utilization of natural gas, does not meet the determination of Tier 4 equivalent as per CDPHE. And so that's what I'm asking is the battery assist piece. Is that what's being dropped here?
Ms. Gross, I defer to you on that. I don't believe that's the case. I think, again, it goes to the transparency of saying that the rig availability is an issue. We've never said they're not available. We've said they're less available than when we've had them. And that GMT will utilize the rig that it is assigned with the potential that it's a tier 2. And Andrea, please correct me on the tier 2 type.
Let me just. I'd like to defer to GMT on, we do have that the natural gas would be the main fuel, but I am unsure of the battery assist. Is somebody from GMT able to answer that question?
Mr. Jones, are you able to take this?
Yes, yeah, thanks, Commissioner. I understand where your question is coming from. So the other component to this is we are committing to electrify the production facilities. We are working with third-party contractor on that, and the timing on that is unknown. So the ability for us to use battery backup and Tier 4 equivalent for that in that situation may not be available in this first occupation if we're developing before that electrical grid is available to our pad. So as Jamie mentioned, trying to just be upfront and with what the situation is on the specific pad, but we are committing to, as soon as that is ready, the production facility will be electrified.
Okay. Now I think we're talking about two different things. So I appreciate that there's this commitment to electrify the production facility, when it's available. And I also read in the application that a deposit has been paid for the production facility. And so that's great. We were talking about drilling rigs and battery assist on the drilling rig. And so that's what I'm hearing you say is that the battery assist not able to commit to. And so I'm just making sure that if that's the case, that's captured in testimony and it's modified in both the application, the Form 2A, and ultimately your cumulative impacts analysis in Form 2B, because that'll have a different emissions profile than what CDPHE's recommendation was. And so I'm just trying to, again, make sure that it's clear what we're evaluating here.
Commissioner, hold on just a sec, folks. I see that Tessa Sorensen from CDPHE has elevated herself. And since we're all talking about CDPHE, maybe it's best to hear from her ever so briefly before we continue the dialogue. Ms. Sorensen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to clear up what the meaning of the or equivalent engines is on this. When these BMPs were written, and they have since been updated, by the way, to be more clear to the public when they are written on that, is that it would be Tier 4 diesel engines by US EPA standards. That's an air emissions rating, or equivalent. That equivalence is considered to be multiple possibilities. A lot of these are lined out in the AQCC Regulation 7 standards. But to give some really common examples, Tier 4 or Tier 4 dual fuel are equivalent. In fact, dual fuel is slightly better, just by a tiny bit. The dual fuel mention is actually in reference to Tier 2 dual fuel, because Tier 2 dual fuel diesel engines have about 15%, 10 to 15% less emissions than Tier 2 diesels. Tier 4 has about half, roughly, the emissions compared to Tier 2 diesels. Natural gas is equivalent. Natural gas with battery backup to help control spikes is certainly equivalent. There are hybrids of Tier 4 and natural gas that are out there. There are hybrids of grid power and natural gas, or grid power and Tier 4 that are out there. So any of those would be considered equivalent. It's non-specific for that very reason to be agnostic. But hopefully that clarifies any commissioner or industry questions on that BMP.
Thank you, Ms. Sorensen. Commissioner Messner?
So is this equivalent what they're proposing? Does this meet the recommendation that you've provided?
If it is going to use tier 2, no, it would not qualify for that BMP as committed. Those commitments are done at the time of the consult, but are not officially in effect unless you as the commission actually deem that they should be COAs.
Okay. That ultimately was my question, so thank you. So I guess last question, as I was looking at your application and the evaluation in the cumulative impacts plan around reclamation, it was not clear when reclamation was being contemplated. Are we going to see interim reclamation after the first occupation and then new disturbance on the second occupation that goes back to interim reclamation? Or how does that reclamation, the interim reclamation, get contemplated in your application for multiple occupations?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Messner. So there are rules that address the requirements. Typically, interim reclamation is required to be performed within 6 months on rangelands after development takes place, and that usually includes reduction in pad size. However, what GMT would like to do would be to apply to the commission to delay interim reclamation to allow for future rig occupations. What that does is save the work and the fuel and the emissions of going in and shrinking the pad and then rebuilding it again later. We would certainly, once on initial construction, all disturbed areas will be stabilized, reseeded in compliance with both ECMC rules and local rules, or Arapahoe County's GESC rules, stormwater rules. And then we would apply to the commission, as is the typical process, to delay interim reclamation to not reduce pad size. If the commission doesn't approve that, then we will perform interim reclamation in the time frame. If they do approve, which they've done many times, then we would like to preserve that pad for future rig occupations. Another benefit is that topsoil is always preserved in the construction process, but some of it is used during interim reclamation. And by delaying that and not utilizing that topsoil, you're preserving it for the ultimate reclamation of the site, which is I think a best practice.
Thank you for that. Those are the only questions I have right now. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, can I ask Mr. Jones to come back on and make a clarification with respect to the tier 2 rigs?
Sure. And then I want to recognize Ms. AAG Mercer-Gilman after that.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Jones, can you please provide just a clarification with respect to the tier 2?
Yes, and thanks, commissioners. And the reason I brought up the electrifying of the facility is that is our plan would be our plan to become tier 4 equivalent, as Tessa stated. So because we can't control our third party of when they're going to bring electrical to our pad, that's why we're bringing this up, because that would be the mechanism that we would be able to get the rig to tier 4 equivalent. And we don't have the timing. As you mentioned, we did make the deposit and we've been working with them hand in hand for a long time, but that is the reason is if we don't have it in time, that's our mechanism to get to tier 4 equivalent. So hopefully that clears it up a little bit.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. AAG Mercer-Gilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to try to provide hopefully some further clarification around the CDPHE BMPs that we've been talking about, the drilling engine and the electrification of the pad. I did want to make sure folks were clear on the fact that those BMPs have been made part of the Form 2A as conditions of approval, specifically on page 19 of the Form 2A. under the listed BMPs. One of them is operator will use Tier 4 or equivalent engines for drilling. And there's also the pad electrification BMP. Operator will use electric equipment or devices to minimize combustion sources on site. So as it is presented to you today, this application would require the applicant to use Tier 4 or equivalent drilling rig and electrify the pad. So if that is not the applicant's intent or the commission's desire, that is something that would have to be explicitly changed through this hearing on the Form 2A.
Great. Thank you very much. Any response to that from your panel, Ms. Jost?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, I think if we need to, if we could go through other commissioner questions, I'd like to maybe take a short break and talk to the team about this.
Sure. Other questions from commissioners for the panel? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to try and touch on a couple things that were mentioned first. First, Ms. Gross, I believe it was you that mentioned, and I'm sorry, Mr. Blair, if it was you that said it, but you said any subsequent occupation will have oil takeaway. So that is something that you would be committing to, is a second occupation absolutely would have the oil takeaway?
I'll address that, Commissioner Cross. Thank you for the question. That is absolutely our intent. I don't believe there's any requirement, within the contents of the application, but that is absolutely our intent. And as I mentioned, quite a bit of work has been done to secure that capability to the rights, the permitting with the county. But there's also quite a bit of work still to be done. The nearest oil infrastructure to this site is more than 10 miles away. The nearest oil pipeline is operated by a private party that GMT's does not have any rights to enter into that line. So there's work to be done. That work has been ongoing for some time. But it is absolutely our intent to bring an oil pipeline to the site if further development is to occur.
So an oil takeaway for future occupations is intended but not committed to, but gas takeaway would be committed to for this application.
Correct. Gas takeaway is integral to the plan for the initial occupation.
And produced water.
Produced water will be trucked from the site. The nearest disposal facility that GMT is currently using is significant distance away. There's no produced water gathering infrastructure in the area.
I wanted to make sure I had that straight. If you could, one of the slides you put up showed the location with respect to where other wells have been drilled. And this was kind of the exploratory nature description of it. Is it possible to pull that map back up so we could look at your proposed development compared to where existing wells are? And could you show us on the map where the Lowry Ranch wells will be?
Yeah, I don't have control of the map, but you can see the red box that represents 4 sections of land. That's the mineral development target for this project. The 3 eastern boxes are in Elbert County. The western section is in Douglas County. The solid dark line, thank you, that's good. On the north edge of the drilling and spacing unit is the county line between Arapahoe and Elbert and Douglas. And the cap is also runs along that county line. So there's quite a bit of development planned for the cap, as you have heard from another operator. But many of those wells have yet to be drilled. And the results from those operations are to be determined in terms of reservoir performance.
So even though Civitas through the Lowry Ranch, just immediately north of your proposed development, is planning their full development within the Lowry Ranch cap, you still have overall concerns about the potential production capabilities of the wells drilled at this location.
That's correct. We have operations currently in Elbert County. We've been looking at those production results carefully over the last few years. And quite frankly, the geology is not constant throughout this area. So it's necessary for us to develop this site fully, if that were to occur, to do it with multiple rig occupations, to have confidence in the investment required to develop it fully, to reach its full potential. And again, that's why the application contains the 20 wells that it does, to illustrate for the commission and for staff's review to the full potential of the site. But as I mentioned, the initial occupation is going to be a subset of those 20 wells.
Commissioner Cross, if I may, just as a kind of a friendly reminder for the Lowry Ranch cap, I mean, the Lowry Ranch cap did not approve any development within the cap. Those OGDPs have not been approved within that area of the cap at this point in time. So again, when we're looking at this from at least 3 miles away from any existing wells in the boundary of the Lowry Ranch cap, there is some aspect of this that is still exploratory, and that's recognized as exploratory in your rules is more than a mile or more from another well. So I just wanted to kind of put that friendly reminder out there.
Understand and appreciate that. As we talk about the Lowry Ranch, one of the things I'm curious about, obviously, GMT has spoken with Civitas for the agreement to have the pad location within the cap boundaries, but the development obviously outside. And I'm curious if there's been discussion about cooperation amongst some of the potential BMPs being used there. For example, the agreement to have electric rigs in Lowry Ranch. Have you talked about adding on or contributing to try and make sure that you could have potential electric rigs at your location? Have you talked about pipeline takeaway options for that, et cetera?
Commissioner Cross, thank you for that question. I'll address, I'll take a first pass, but I may ask our land manager, Hans Schuster, to weigh in here as well. Certainly, we've had numerous conversations with Civitas on this project and the development in the surrounding area. The question of electrification is really a matter of the electric utility provider more so than our cooperation with Civitas. But both parties have been working with Xcel Energy here for an extended period of time, and the infrastructure investment that will be made for the electric grid will benefit both Civitas and GMT. But the timing of that investment and the actual implementation of bringing that infrastructure to this area is out of our hands. That's an Xcel question.
So looking back at part of your discussion of, for example, the pipeline takeaway on future occupations, is that something you've considered after more work has been done within the cap as well, and the build out of some of the infrastructure with Xcel Energy at that point in time of potentially using electric rigs in the future, depending on that? Or is that something that you're just trying to get this moving forward and you don't have the time to wait for that infrastructure to be developed overall?
I think that's a fair comment. Again, with regard to oil pipeline infrastructure, I think I'll ask our land manager, Hans, to see if he could provide any additional comments on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, commissioners. we, as an operator in the area, are certainly working to coordinate with all of our neighbors at every chance we can. Hence the communication we gave them at a very early time in this application process. When it comes to gas infrastructure and oil infrastructure, we own a wholly owned subsidiary named 10-Foot Pipeline Company. We built our own gas pipeline in and out of the area thus far. And we're in the process of working with third-party oil marketers to determine if it's viable to bring an oil pipeline down in this area. Hence the reason for the initial occupation, the initial tests. We've had some good successes down in Elbert County, and I think we're just trying to build up that case on how to make that economic decision to build out that line. Like Max said, currently the closest oil infrastructure for takeaway is quite a bit further than we'd like to commit to on a initial exploration project. But that's something we're working on every day because that improves our project's efficiencies and economics vastly. We should be able to get to work.
I think those are my questions for now. I may have some follow-up questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. Further questions? Commissioner Oath?
Thank you. Appreciate the testimony so far. And I know that there was some conversation about this previously, but I guess I remain unclear how many occupations you are planning.
Max, is that something we can go through again for Commissioner Oath with respect to your first and potentially your second occupation?
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm sorry if there's still confusion on this matter, but the initial occupation, as we've mentioned, likely to be 2 to 6 wells. There are 20 wells planned for the pad total. It's not clear whether all 20 of those will ultimately be developed. And I guess at this point, I don't have an answer beyond there's likely to be 2, but that's not the future is not entirely clear at the moment, but more than one is certainly what we're discussing today.
So I remain unclear because the answers are clear.
I apologize. I can tell you that it will be more than one.
Okay. And then I am looking at the Form 2B and acknowledging, and I was finally able to track down the attachment to it, particularly with respect to the air emissions. But I do have some questions about some of your estimates for these pre-production and production emissions. So I want to start with your estimations for emissions for flowback and completions is 0. So I will, for this first occupation, at least for up to 12, but based on I think from what you said, this is actually an estimation of 2 to 6. So how can you just explain how that is 0?
Ms. Gross, is that something you can handle, or?
I believe so. I'm trying to remember. We had this conversation actually with Tessa just yesterday. Our air consultant has included those emissions in the Max, do you remember if it was the stationary engines?
Yeah, I apologize. Without having the 2B and the data in front of me, I'm not sure I can answer that.
I find it. He had a very good explanation of it, and they were accounted, but they were considered in a different category. And I believe it was actually the storage tanks.
Oh, you are jogging my memory now about
Right.
attribution of
Yes.
emissions from the source versus one of the categories listed on the 2B. So the way the 2B was completed, we were attributing emissions to specific sources. So Commissioner Oath, I apologize. I'm not sure which section you're referring to, but some of those zeros, that those emissions were accounted for, they just may be recorded in a different category on that Form 2B.
And when we discussed this with Sabrina and Tessa, once we explained it, and I apologize, we should have had a comment from our air consultant. They agreed that it was appropriate to put it there as long as they are accounted for. And I'm trying to find that clarification for you.
Okay, and is that the case then? I mean, for the completions in particular, it's there's a difference between what's on the initial Form 2B and then that supplemental document where there are emissions that show up in flowback and completions. So it seems like maybe you changed the categories for the supplemental one.
I'm looking for our air consultant. I'm not sure I can answer that question right now.
Okay. Well, the other question was seeking clarification about the zeros in the separators line. Is the answer going to be that maybe that's accounted for in one of the other categories, but it'd be helpful to know.
Right.
Yes.
It is accounted for in other categories.
Okay. Mr. Chair, those were my questions.
Mr. Chair, if I might add a little information regarding the question around the rig and engines that were used in the air modeling. I have gotten a little more information from our air consultant, and the data provided on the Form 2B that was modeled for emissions for these rig occupations, the most conservative standard was used essentially standard industrial diesel engines, and some data on historic data on fuel usage for drilling operations from GMT. So the modeling wasn't tied to a specific tier standard, meaning that we modeled sort of the typical diesel engines in the industry, not the most efficient engines. So we were trying again to provide sort of a conservative estimate, and with the intent that with some of these BMPs, our ability to implement these BMPs, that those emissions would be reduced through the application of the BMPs.
Thank you. Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to say thank you to the operator for being with us today, as well as the public commenters. Recognize we're having this discussion about the details, and thank you for having it. I have some more questions about these same details, but I do recognize that Colorado has very high standards, and we do scrutinize these things very carefully, and very much appreciate you going through these numbers with us. I really have just two specific questions associated with this same line of questioning. And my first one is, in the director's recommendation, I saw 2 wells. It's clear the discussion now is 2 to 6 wells initially. Can you elaborate on when that exact initial number would be decided, and what considerations would go into how many exploratory wells are needed to prove up a reservoir? To me, if it's an exploratory well, why aren't you just putting in 1 well to test the formation? Maybe you can elaborate on the plan there for me.
Commissioner Ackerman, thanks for that question. I can provide a little context and a little insight, and I may ask another member of the team to weigh in here as well. So the decision on the number of wells to be drilled initially is going to be based on a number of factors, many of which are sort of outside the control of us as operators, but the price environment that we find at the time development occurs, which we're getting close to the most up-to-date reservoir modeling that we have for the area, and the capital budget that we have set aside for this particular development. Ideally, there is an efficiency gained in drilling more than one well on a pad. We'll be constructing this well pad, constructing a large facility that complies with all of Colorado's air emissions requirements, with automation and vapor recovery systems, and that facility is quite costly to construct. In order to offset the cost of that investment, ideally we would be drilling a larger number of wells than one or two typically to help offset that investment. That has to be balanced with the desire to seek more data from the reservoir to know whether the ultimate recoverable oil from these wells will offset the total investment in the project. So it's a number. Making that decision on the well count is a very important decision for us to make, and we rely on best available data at the time we implement the project. What we're asking for from the commission here is some flexibility in understanding that we as the operator have the prerogative to choose how we develop and when we develop. We've tried to illustrate for you the full potential of this site and factor in all the impacts and mitigate them to the best of our ability. But we do ask for some flexibility in how we develop the site over time. I don't know if anyone from the team wants to add to that.
Can I just add that I'd like to point out that these wells are going in two different directions. So most likely GMT, if they were to only drill two, one would be in each direction of the well pad.
Thank you. And I had made that assumption when I saw that the initial exploratory number was 2. And I appreciate that clarification. I appreciate Mr. Blair and your thoughts there. And I'll just make an editorial comment on that really quick before I move on to my second question here that's associated. And that's, the reason that I think we're asking these questions is that we recognize, as Commissioner Messner did, one of the things we try to do is limit the developmental phase, both in time and in phases, in order to reduce emissions and keep things as environmentally friendly as we possibly can. We recognize sometimes that's not as economically friendly, but and so I think these questions, at least from my perspective, are largely intended to drill down to an understanding of. I'm kind of having a hard time deciphering whether this is an intentionally phased development for economic reasons, or if it's truly exploration driven. And part of the reason I'm having that difficulty is your response there that it's the economics need to bear out as opposed to determine how many wells you're going to put in initially. And so we're trying to understand if this is an intentionally phased development for economics that could be more environmentally friendly if we were to put it in one phase, or if this truly is an exploratory well type situation in an area that's relatively developed. So that's the reason that I'm having the difficulty. Wanted to put that out there for you. My remaining question then would be, let's say under the hypothetical that you get that number in, whatever number that might be, the 2 to 6. Are you proposing establishing some kind of a time limit, or what are your measurement factors for establishing sufficient productivity to move forward to triggering additional development? And part B of that is, if you don't have wells that are productive enough to support additional development, what's your course of action? Are you intending to shut in the existing wells, or would you continue to produce in those existing wells without the establishment of an oil pipeline? A little complex question there, and I can break that down if you need.
Thank you for the question. I think I'll address the last first. Is that if the initial wells do produce oil, I would expect GMT would likely continue to produce them for their normal expected life, which could be several years. And if there isn't sufficient oil to justify the additional drilling, then I don't expect an oil pipeline would be constructed, and those initial wells would be produced using trucking for oil takeaway. That's quite typical in the area. There are many other horizontal wells in Arapahoe County and in Elbert County that are relying on trucking for oil production, and that's proven method, I guess. With regard to the question around economics versus reservoir, exploring the reservoir, I believe those two issues are intertwined, but I do think we have a member of the team that can speak a little more to the reservoir characterization and the geology of the area. So I'm going to ask our geologist, Sarah Hager, to unmute and add some additional insight there.
Yeah, so we know that the Niobrara, obviously, it's thick in the area. We have hydrocarbon. We know that for sure. And we know that wells close to us produce. I would say that based off of logs in the area, we know that the reservoir does degrade as you go to the south. We are very confident in the Niobrara in this area, but it is important for us to understand how the reservoir is going to act and what we're really working with as we go to the south. I think it would tell us a lot going in with just a few initial wells and how we'll develop it based off of that initial production that we get. Considering the closest wells we have are a few miles away that have substantial amount of production data. Does that help?
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that.
Mr. Schuster, would you like to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately we're talking about multiple occupations on the pad and the corporate decision on when to return to the pad after the initial development. The idea here is to test both the east and the west side initially. Should they work? Should they prove to be positive upon return? We would likely do a full development on one half of the unit. So, an additional 5 to 9 wells there likely. And then on the third occupation, if there was a third occupation, if that secondary pad development worked, we would do the other side of the unit. So I think we're looking at, a 3 occupation type development based on, the initial test, a secondary return to drill one side and a third time to drill the other. A pad for a company the size of GMT that's a big swing. So if we don't succeed, it's detrimental to our company, obviously. So we're not afforded the ability to move on to pads the same way a company like Civitas may be and plan their development the same way they do. But so the economic decision is a little bit longer for us. Our data set's a little bit smaller. So, we typically take probably between 6 to 12 months to determine the productivity of the well and whether we feel comfortable investing, say, $40 million on its results to drill 4 to 9 more. So that's kind of the answer. I think we're dancing around.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Schuster. And Commissioner, if I could add maybe just a couple other things here to just maybe tie some of this together, because I think we've had a lot of questions that have been all over the place. And I think that's good. These questions, this conversation is very good. I guess kind of first off, as you have seen where the location of the secret stash pad is, and then the development in Douglas and Elbert County, we don't have much development down there. So there still should be a recognition that areas are still exploratory in Colorado, and certain areas are still exploratory in this area of the basin. They're in the southern portion of the basin. That should probably be recognized, I think, very heavily for purposes of this location. One of the other things that I want to, again, kind of friendly reminder to the commissioners here is that we have the secret stash OGDP that has been permitted and reviewed under the rules prior to the cumulative impact rules that were made effective on December 15th. However, one rule will impact GMT, and that is the Form 2D. For their upcoming ozone season, the Form 2D will have to be filed by GMT for any development. And so these emission reviews and the emission requests that are estimates in the Form 2D will be utilized and reviewed as part of the ECMC's Form 2D process for development during any 2025 ozone season. So I just wanted to put that out there, that Form 2D and the ECMC review will occur for any development coming up in 2025. One of the other things that I've been able to confirm with the team, and Mr. Jones, please correct me if I say this wrong, but with respect to the CDPHE BMP that is on the Form 2A, Chair, this is where I said we might need a break to talk, and we don't. I can confirm this, that GMT will stick with the CDPHE BMP that is in the Form 2A. That says, I'm just going to read it onto the record. GMT will commit to the CDPHE Tier 4 or equivalent engines, or to use Tier 4 and equivalent engines such as natural gas Tier 2 with battery assist for drilling. They can commit to that for purposes of the evaluation today. Again, we brought up the potential lack of availability for purposes of transparency to this commission, but that BMP will not change for purposes of your review today. And I wanted to go ahead and state that on the record. Mr. Jones, is that correct?
Agree. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Great. Thank you so much. And then the only other thing I guess I, again, would just like to say is that this location truly looks like one of the best locations you can develop in Colorado. It has an EnviroScreen score of 14.69. You have 0 RBUs, HOBUs, schools, childcare centers. You're not in a DIC. You're not in an HPH. You are, almost 2.1 miles away from the reservoir. You are outside of 3,000 feet from the Arapahoe County setbacks. So we understand where these questions are coming from, and we want to make sure we're getting all the clarity to you. But this location is a very good location for purposes of development. And if there's any other, questions or concerns, obviously we're happy to answer them, but we want to just make sure this pad has been worked on a very long time with a lot of stakeholders, including State Land Board, who has formally approved this site with protections in place that have been proposed. Thank you.
No, and I appreciate that, Ms. Jost, and that would have been my initiation in terms of deliberation. I mean, I agree. I think this location is approvable. I think it is protective. I cannot put my finger on a rule that's not being met. I am somewhat concerned with, I don't want to call it sloppiness, but like kind of, some of the things are based upon 2 to 6 wells, and some of the things are based upon potentially 20. And, that we, doesn't help the commissioners as we go about, what in my mind, at the end of the day, once we get to it, ought to be an approvable location. So I maybe have moved into deliberation, and I don't know if folks have further questions or if folks want to provide their perspective on what we do from here. Looking around the room to sort of get a sense of that. Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I'm in agreement with you. I don't know if other commissioners have questions. I don't see any rules that this application doesn't meet. I do think it's a good location. I think that one of the things I had in my note was the point that Ms. Jost just made. An EnviroScreen of 14, especially in the DJ Basin, where we see a lot that are well above 50, I think is very good. My biggest concern is really just some of the clarity in what we're trying to approve here. And again, I don't want to get ahead of us if other commissioners do have questions, but I think one of the things I'm leaning towards is a stay of the application, so some of this can just be clarified. And, you know, specifically when we look at a 2B, trying to make sure we have specifically, if certain emissions are contemplated in other areas, making sure we understand where those emissions are being contemplated. If we're going to look at things in just the first occupation and it's going to be at 2 to 6 wells, is it going to be 2? Is it going to be 6? Are we going to do it a max of 6? Are we going to do some of them based on 12? Trying to make sure these are consistent, because while I do think it is protective and it does meet our rules, I have concerns with trying to approve something that I'm not 100% sure what we're basing it off of. And for me, a large part of this is also looking forward at future applications, not necessarily just from GMT, but other operators, such that they say, oh, well, we do have some easy data that we can put for, you know, maybe one well is going to have this kind of emission, so put that in this, but we know that, you know, this many wells is going to have this in the 2B. And then it's encouraging that kind of, as you said, sort of the sloppiness of applications in the future from other operators or even GMT in future applications. And so that's something that I do want to avoid. So while I do think it is protective, I just have concerns about approving something that I can't nail down some of this information on. A better idea of, is it going to be 2 wells for a first occupation? Is it going to be 6 wells for a first occupation? What numbers are we basing that also off of? And while I don't want to just put forth worst case scenarios, because I think if you overestimate potential emissions, that's not helpful either. But trying to at least make sure that we have, all right, if the first occupation is going to be 6 wells, let's have everything done for 6 wells, but also provide, if we do 20 wells, this is what it's going to look at. And part of the concern I also had with the idea of not knowing how many occupations it's going to be is that's going to change a lot of those things as well. Because if it is for a fact going to be truck trips back and forth, there's going to be a large difference if you're setting up 4 occupations and doing 5 wells in each occupation than if you were doing 2 occupations, and how quickly those are going to be drained. And so I think that's something that's important to consider as well. So again, I don't want to get ahead of things, but at this point in time, I'm kind of leaning towards looking at this as a stay until we get some of this information just clarified.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will start with the good things, because I do think that there's good things about this. I think that, you know, the distance that this is from receptors is good. I think the EnviroScreen score is good. I think that there's you know, this commission determined that 2,000 feet, you know, further than 2,000 feet was an appropriate consideration for setbacks from a public health welfare standpoint, and this goes to 3,000 feet. And you know, I think that there's a lot of good things about the applications from a siting standpoint. Having said that, I can't review an application that doesn't have accurate data. The quality of data, the accuracy of an application has to be truthful in this application process in order for me to make a determination, particularly on cumulative impacts, because even before the cumulative impacts rulemaking that we just went through, Rule 304 C19 and the mission change rulemaking requires a cumulative impacts evaluation. And that cumulative impacts evaluation requires evaluation of both quantitatively and qualitatively of different resources. And those resources and the potential impacts associated with those resources need to have accurate data associated with them, as per 303A5, which is the Form 2B CIDR database information that needs to be accurately submitted as part of an application. And so I don't think that the information is accurate right now. Those are 2 rule requirements that are required as part of our rules. But I do think that a stay is appropriate, because I think that, you know, this is information that can be clarified, can provide, you know, a more succinct, accurate application that's not so sloppy, so that it develops a clear picture of what is being proposed, so that the commission has an opportunity to make a determination on whether or not this meets all of the rules based on accurate information submitted in the application. And so I would support a stay of the application in order to allow for some of this to be sorted out. But I don't think it meets the rules currently, particularly Rule 303A5 and 304C19.
Commissioner Oath.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my fellow commissioners for going first. I don't have a lot to add. I appreciate all of the things that you all noted in terms of what's good about this application, but do agree that at this point, I feel like the information as presented would be unclear to me what I am being asked to approve. So would appreciate some clarity there. And so if the approach is to stay that, to allow that to occur, I think that makes a lot of sense. With respect to the comment that these are estimates and in the future the Form 2D will be submitted, I think, as we're looking at that information, I think that is still going to be estimates in the April timeframe of the looking forward at this point, and it's also really focused on NOx, whereas I think there's a lot of other factors here that we would, that additional clarity would be helpful in terms of truck traffic and other emissions beyond NOx. So I think that this approach of staying it to allow an updated application and some clarification and consistency across the estimates so that it's the same number of wells so that we can compare and we know exactly the full extent of the potential impact would be very beneficial.
So before, go ahead, Commissioner Ackerman.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to wait unless you'd like me to go first.
Why don't you go ahead and go first? I was going to try to wrap this up in a certain manner.
Thank you. I'll just add one thing, then I won't restate what my fellow commissioners have said, but I'm in the same line of thinking. I would just add one thing, and that's that, I'm okay with the location, better than okay with the location. I agreed that it's a good location. And, I reiterate my fellow commissioners' comments on the data, make it so that we can evaluate this based on what conditions look like reasonably. But I would also say that I do have a concern about the methodology of 3 occupations for this site. I think that, 3 occupations for a 20-well pad feels very economically driven to me. That is a concern that I have. I think it would behoove this operator to consider ways in which they might be able to minimize the occupations of this pad, at least for, economic reasons. And if it's truly an exploratory pad, put forth an application that really is commensurate with exploration with minimal wells before development with the rest of the wells. And that's all I've got. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ms. Jost, I think that you've kind of heard from commissioners, and it looks like that's the direction that we're going. Do you, in your client, feel that you've received enough direction vis-a-vis the questions that were lodged to be able to utilize a stay in an effective manner to come back with us with a more cleaned up application? Or do we need to have some more direct information and emotion relevant to the desired impact of a stay?
Thank you, Chair. No, I think it was pretty clear as to what the commissioner's expectations are for purposes of the review of the Form 2B and the other numbers that we've talked about today. I do want to take a minute and just say that, there's been an allegation that the Form 2B numbers are not truthful and that operators take those allegations very seriously. These numbers actually are truthful. They are accurate. They are accurate for certain scenarios. What we've heard from this commission is that you'd like to see some clarification on those numbers and a clarification on how the Form 2B numbers were proposed. So we can take that back and work on that, but those numbers are accurate. So I did want to address that just on the record that they are truthful. They are accurate under the scenario presented. We know what the commissioner's expectations are now. Looking at this OGDP, we'll bring that clarification back to this commission. Chair, I don't know if I have exact date to ask you for, but I can work with the hearing officer to see when we could get back on the docket once we have those clarifications ready for the commissioners, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I mean, I think that the main thing is, and I don't believe that there was an insinuation that the information on the 2B was inaccurate. I think that what you've heard from commissioners is the Form 2B and the numbers relevant to the 2B need to be based upon the potential full build out of all 20 wells and not some anticipated potential of something smaller. And we understand that the applicant may look at this as a test well or a information well to see if it's going to drill them all, but it's asking for the right to drill them all. So the Form 2B needs to have numbers reflective of what that full build out is going to be. We can't adjudicate something based upon what you might do that's less. And so I think that's the biggest thing, needs to reflect, all the numbers relative to trucks for 20 full build outs. Need to have further clarification on, is there really a commitment to electrify the pad? The 2A said yes. Today's testimony seems to indicate maybe, sorta. So that doesn't really fly for commissioners. And so, we have to take kind of, I don't know if I want to call it worst case or best case, but we need to take like the actual potential case. So those are, I think, some things that I would suggest that you and your clients concentrate on during a stay. I would move to stay this matter indefinitely, looking to get it back on the calendar as soon as you and the clients are able to generate that. I would look for a motion, and then I would look to see if any commissioner wants to provide any additional specific advice on topics that they're looking to see clarified.
You're looking for a second
Looking
first?
for a second, and then I'm looking for deliberations on that in which we can provide additional information to the applicant that we're interested in seeing.
I'll second.
All right. Do you want to provide any additional clarifying?
I think you provided good direction, Chair. I would also ask, and this is, Commissioner McGowan was always good at this, but the emissions that are estimated on the Form 2B are not estimated, or should not be estimated, to be worst case scenario, but as close as possible to actual. And so if you're proposing using a certain drill rig or completions activities that have a certain emissions profile, then that should be what you're modeling your emissions on, because the accuracy of that information, that data gets utilized in other places, and so it's important that data is accurate. So I wouldn't model it on the worst case scenario, but as close as possible to what you're estimating your technology to be at the time. And I think that everything else is pretty well covered here. It feels like there was one other thing. No, that was it. That was the only other thing that wasn't covered. So thank you.
All right. Further, we have a motion and a second. We have an opportunity to provide deliberative thoughts on the motion, which serves as sort of counsel to counsel here on what needs to be done. Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think one thing that just sticks out to me is, as I noted, and I recognize there may be uncertainty on the number of occupations proposed, but I think getting the idea of, as Commissioner Messner said, making sure we're not going with the worst case, but also making sure we understand totality. So if you do, I do think it's appropriate to say in the first occupation, we plan to do 6 wells. 6 wells is going to have this much using this type of rig. But by the way, if we do the full 20 wells, this is what the number will be in the full 20 wells. And that may differ if it's 2 occupations or 3 occupations, but I think just providing that kind of information is helpful too, and shows kind of the understanding of how the operations will be planned out kind of moving forward. And, if there is oil takeaway and you have more information by then of if oil takeaway will be in place, that obviously can be applied to it as well and be helpful to our decision making.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. Ms. Jost?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to the commissioners because I think this guidance and your expectations is very helpful, not only for us, but also for staff. Because remember, we did have a director's recommendation that was based upon the review of the Form 2B with the numbers in there that were accurate. So I think this expectation from the commissioners as looking at this maybe in the new year with one of the GP come up with these questions, that's very helpful. None of this is in the rules. None of this is in the statement of basis and purpose. This is expectations that come out on kind of a weekly basis from OGDP hearings. So again, we just want to take the time to thank you for this guidance, and hopefully it helps staff as well.
Yeah, I agree all the way around. Commissioner Ackerman, Commissioner Oath, any final thoughts before we call for a vote?
Nothing further from me.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Just appreciative of the discussion. I really appreciate your comments there, Councillor Jost. I do think we're all trying to do the best we can here and moving things forward appropriately. And so thank you for your patience. Thanks for the opportunity to discuss this and refine it.
Unmuted. With that, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Jost, we look forward to seeing you and your client group here at a future meeting with some updated information. At that time, you do not need to go through a full-blown exhaustion of the whole project, but maybe hit us with the highlights of the changes and the updates, and then we can see where we're going to go from there.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, commissioners.
Commissioners, I believe that brings us to the conclusion of the business for today. Would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. We'll see you next week, folks.